Hello, this is Austin Becker, just looking for a radio check.
Good morning.
Good morning. And can I do a quick screen share to check on that?
Okay, perfect. Wait a minute.
That look okay? You seeing the screen share?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, I will shut off my video and stand by.
Thank you.
Alejandra, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay, so your audio is perfect.
Great.
So we are ready to go. Thank you. 9 a.m. we start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We haven't started yet.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Can I try to share my presentation?
I'm happy to give you some feedback on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank
Recording in progress.
Okay, can you see it?
I can see it, but you're in present, or I can, you're not in slideshow mode, but yes, I can see your screen. Yep.
Okay. What about now?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, thank you so much.
No se escucha, mi capitán.
Buenos días, ¿me escucha?
No se escucha, mi capitán. Ahora sí lo escucho fuerte y claro.
Perfecto. Buenos días, ¿me escucha?
No se escucha. Ahora sí lo escucho fuerte y claro.
Perfecto. Vamos a hacer una prueba de tu cámara, por favor.
Sí, la estoy configurando en un momento.
Ya.
¿Se ve la cámara, mi capitán?
Sí, sí, se ve bien. Gracias. Listo.
Yo lo escucho fuerte y claro, listos.
Perfecto. En breve empezamos entonces.
Interrogativo, la presentación que le mandé es la que se está poniendo, ¿correcto?
No. Es una de ayer, pero es casi la misma.
Ok,
No va a
correcto.
no va a tener problemas.
Sí, lo único que voy a hacer yo, por si ve usted que no no dice lo mismo la presentación, verifiqué los perfiles de los autores, entonces ya lo acomodé como
Ok.
eso
Puede hacer los cambios que cree que son buenos. No
Ok.
pasa nada.
Buenos días, ¿qué tal?
Buenos días.
Saludo desde Lima, ¿cómo está?
Buenos días, mi almirante. Muy bien,
¿Cómo le-
gracias. ¿Y usted, cómo le va?
Todo bien, más bien una consulta, ¿qué prefieren, en inglés o en español?
En español se ve bien porque nosotros tenemos la traducción para los tres idiomas, entonces
Ya.
creo que es como sea mejor para usted, mi almirante.
No, lo que prefieran, ustedes me dicen.
En español se ve bien, entonces.
Ok, perfecto,
Muchas
gracias.
gracias.
Muy buenos días, tengan todos ustedes. Sean bienvenidos a este seminario sobre estrategias para la seguridad marítima hemisférica frente a los impactos del cambio climático organizado por la Junta Interamericana de Defensa. Tendré el gusto de acompañarlos a ustedes en las sesiones del día de hoy. Mi nombre es el teniente de navío Alfonso Flores Rojas de la Armada de México, actualmente desempeñándome como subjefe de la División de Investigaciones del Colegio Interamericano de Defensa. Antes de dar inicio, es
Before
importante
we start, it is important to tell our colleagues that are here today through the YouTube channels and the conferences that we have simultaneous interpretation from English and Spanish and Portuguese. Thank you very much for being here with us. It is also important to highlight that we're going to have in the same languages and in the chat as well. And you can accompany us through the chat and the link that we gave you yesterday. To invite you to enjoy with us this academic adventure, we have prepared for you a question for knowledge that we would like you to accompany by answering when we finish this event. The following question: which do you consider are the mitigation and adaptation measures that are most effective to face the impacts of maritime security during climate change? Thank you for your response. It is important to say that all the opinions expressed in this seminar are exclusively of the speakers, not necessarily do they reflect the points of view or the positions of the IADB. We will thank you for your understanding. I am presenting the full agenda for today that will have three main panels. The first one is the impact of climate change in maritime security, continuing later on with the panel strategies for adaptation and mitigation, to finish with the third panel that is going to be cooperation and the strategic partnerships. Thank you very much. To continue, I'm going to give the floor to Major Brigadeiro Flavio Luis Oliveira from the Air Force of Brazil. He is right now head of the college, and he has more than 40 years of service in the Air Force of Brazil. He is a specialist in logistics, project management, and institutional strategy. He is a master also in security, defense, and integration of the IADB in Venezuela. He also led very important projects and was the commander of the air base of Galeo, where he supervised all the logistics and operational events, both nationally and internationally. You have the floor. Authorities that accompany us, authorities that accompany us, and the collaborators of maritime security, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I would like to welcome to the third workshop on maritime security of the IADB, the different products of the IADB in maritime security event that is going to talk about the strategies for maritime security in the hemisphere in face of the impacts of climate change. we will have 4 hours of many presentations that will be very valuable and enriching for us all, and also a very rich exchange of experiences. And this is the framework of today, to be able to face the different challenges of climate change in the coastline. This very significant encounter is going to present experts from different countries within our organization to discuss the different adaptation measures. We all understand the importance of this topic, and throughout the day, we're going to have the privilege of listening very valuable perspectives and innovating solutions that can change the future of maritime security in a climate context that is evolving. We're going to discuss some practical measures and the crucial role of international cooperation in the promotion of resilience in the coastal communities. I thank you all, the sectors of the IADB, for organizing this so important event whose collaborators made possible. The participation of each one of you is essential for the success of this learning day, so that we can take the greatest advantage, not only to share knowledge, but also to transform our discussions into concrete actions that can benefit maritime security and the sustainability. Thank you very much once again, and for the commitment of everyone in this very important and current topic. So I wish a very productive and inspiring event. Good morning to you all. We thank the words of Flavio Luis de Ribeira Pinto. To continue, we're going to follow the agenda with the first panel, called Climate Change in Maritime Security. We're accompanied by Dr. Austin Baker. He is going to talk the impact of the climate change in maritime security from a global perspective. And then we will have the participation from the Inter-American Development Bank, from Agustina Catlatuya, talking about transportation and climate change. And later on, the participation of Canada through Commander Neil Harity and Mrs. Jasmine Stamos, who are going to talk about the influence of climate change in the Arctic and its implications for security and maritime defense. We're going to close the first one with Panama by Genoveva Forero, that is going to talk about the drought and the Panama Canal and its impact in maritime security. And at the end, we're going to have a brief question and answer session. Now, I'm pleased to present Dr. Austin Baker from the University of Rhode Island. Dr. Baker works in Rhode Island and in policies, engineering, design, and sciences, focusing on the resilience of the infrastructure and investigation. And when we face uncertainty, climate changes at a large scale, and also in policies and planning. He is co-author of Climate Change Adaptation Planning and has more than 65 publications. His investigation has the funding of the engineers of the Armed Forces of the United States. And in 2017, he received the prestigious scholarship in oceanic sciences with a doctorate in Stanford, and has a license of a captain of 500 tons of the Coast Guard of the United States. With you, Dr. Austin Baker. Dear doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you. Fine. The stage is yours, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. I will share my screen and confirm that we can see that.
We are seeing it and listening to
Excellent.
you well, sir.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to this event this morning. This is very much in line with the work that myself and my graduate students and research associates at the University of Rhode Island have been engaged with for the last 10 or 15 years. We've been very interested in how climate change will impact coastal infrastructure around the world, maritime security around the world, and of course, global trade. And I'll just start out by mentioning that I got very interested in this topic because I used to work as a sailing ship captain for educational vessels here in the US and elsewhere, and really witnessed firsthand the pressures that are already on these very valuable limited resources of our coastal infrastructure areas around the world. There are competing interests, and climate change makes things much, much more intense for them. So this presentation will lay some groundwork to kind of get the workshop started this morning so that we're all on the same page with respect to what are we really worried about when it comes to climate change impacts on military installations, ports, and other coastal infrastructure. And you know, for me and my group, we have really narrowed it down to this idea that coastal infrastructure is critical, it's complex, and it's constrained, and this makes climate change a very vexing problem. So it's critical because our ports and our military facilities around the world and on the coast serve as economic engines, both on a local scale, where they provide jobs and materials and critical services for their local areas, and on a global scale. 90% of the world's freight moves by ship, which means that all of the goods and things, our clothing and our computers and our housewares and everything has moved through at least 2 ports from its origin to its destination. So ports and coastal infrastructure are critical economic engines. They're also very complex in terms of decision making and policy. So there are many stakeholders and decision makers who have a stake and are involved with decision making for planning for ports and coastal infrastructure and military installations, from the government sector and the private sector and the nonprofit sector as well. And the decisions that these folks are making have very long-term implications, because this is often infrastructure, and infrastructure has a very long lifespan, 50 years, 75 years or more. And we can see that by just going down to any port or piece of coastal infrastructure and noticing that much of the things that are in use today were constructed, often well over 100 years ago. So decisions today have long-term implications for tomorrow. And finally, they are constrained. So ports and these military installations and other coastal infrastructure, they need very specific conditions. They need deep water for big ships. They need some protection from the environment, from coastal storms. They need access to other types of infrastructure, such as rail and pipelines and cities. And this places them in very ecologically sensitive areas, estuaries, where we have the breeding ground for our very important marine life. So we have very intensive activities sitting right on top of our very sensitive ecological areas. And so these 3 factors make ports and installations on the coast particularly difficult to make decisions around, but also particularly important. Ports and coastal infrastructure are already at risk from tropical storms. This is a map that shows the 3,800 of the 3,800 ports around the world. About 1/3 of them have been within 100 kilometers of a tropical storm track over a 50-year period. So even without climate change, these areas are, of course, already at risk. They're already experiencing tropical storm events and other types of coastal storms. And that's before we bring climate change into the picture. Now, climate change, of course, makes things more challenging. And that's what we're here today to talk about. And for coastal infrastructure, there are really three main drivers of concern. So there's first the projection for a potential doubling of big tropical storms by the end of the century. So more of the Cat 4s and Cat 5s, perhaps we'll even see Cat 6s at some point. Not necessarily more hurricanes overall, but more of these big devastating hurricanes. Second is sea level rise. And there are many projections for sea level rise, which are dependent, of course, on emissions scenarios. So which emissions pathway will we follow? But most of the projections fall within this range of between 3/4 and 2 meters by 2100 of sea level rise. And then lastly, we're looking at an increased number of high precipitation events. And if we bundle these three drivers together, as some scientists have done, we find that what is today in some areas, the 1% annual storm event or the 1 in 100-year storm event could be as frequent as the annual storm event of 2100. So the flooding that we expect to see a 1% probability of today, we will be seeing every year, perhaps in 2100. So these are very significant changes for the coast, and they have very significant implications for military installations and coastal infrastructure. And this is an image from a project that we did here in Newport, Rhode Island. Some of you may be familiar with Navy Station Newport, which you see in this image. And this is a projection for a large storm event with a little bit of sea level rise, and you can see how much flooding it would result in for Navy Station Newport. So what does this mean for ports? Why is it a problem to have these kinds of flooding events? Well, it can be helpful to break this down. It's a very complicated question, really. But we can think about the impacts in three ways. We can think about first the direct damages that occur from these kinds of storm events. So in this image, we see a refrigerated warehouse in Gulfport, Mississippi in the US, which was carried away in Hurricane Katrina. And you can see the whole bottom of that warehouse. That's a direct damage to the warehouse. Second are the indirect costs that occur after these events. So the lost wages, the business interruptions, the supply chain impacts. And here's from Hurricane Katrina. Again, this is a container that was washed inland with a 3-mile storm surge that carried debris throughout the entire city of Gulfport. And then lastly are the intangible consequences from these events. So when you have a major storm event like this, of course, you need to do the repairs, you need to deal with the economic consequences, but there are things that happen that linger. So, for example, the meat that was stored in the refrigerated warehouse that you see in the top image was carried with that storm surge into Gulfport and landed in people's backyards in plastic bags of 5-pound bags of chicken and pork belly, and it rotted away, and it was covered up with other debris, and it stunk up the neighborhood for this. This is a headline from a newspaper on the bottom that was 8 months after Hurricane Katrina. So there are these intangible consequences that, of course, are also very important to consider. So why is it so difficult to prepare for these kinds of changing events? There are a lot of very good reasons why decision makers have a difficult time implementing resilience investments. And we've done a number of studies to try to better understand these problems. And this is from results of interviews we conducted with 30 port staff from seaports along the North Atlantic coast. And we asked them questions about why they weren't doing more to invest in resilience. And we found these 8 major categories, and this can be helpful to understand as we're thinking about how we might want to provide capacity building and assistance for decision makers that would like to do more resilience in investing, but maybe haven't been able to take that initial step. So we found things like they simply didn't understand the level of risk. They need better models, more information in order to define that risk. Money, of course, comes up all the time, and a lack of funding for resilience is clearly an issue, although there is a question whether it's really a lack of money or just a prioritization of existing resources and existing funding. The design standards have often been set for previous events that don't consider how we may be seeing more sea level rise and heavier storm events. So the perceived risk doesn't exceed the action threshold. And then simply the problem is too overwhelming. I mean, this is a very complicated problem with many uncertainties, and sometimes it can be easier to just do nothing and ignore it and say, well, nothing we can do, you can't control Mother Nature. But there are also, in addition to these kinds of problems, there are top-down leadership voids that we need to be thinking about. So those, I just described some of the bottom-up issues from decision makers on the ground, in that case in ports, but there are some top-down issues. There are overlapping jurisdictions often. So in this image, we see the jurisdictions from 2 municipalities in Rhode Island here, as well as federal jurisdictions from the Coast Guard, from our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, from our Department of Environmental Management. There are many government entities that have oversight of different areas in a harbor. It can be tough to coordinate them. There are limitations in the mandates of these different organizations. So one may have a mandate to handle the navigational channel. Another one may have a mandate to manage the coastal area outside of the channel. But there is no entity necessarily that has an overall mandate across the entire harbor. Resource constraints, of course, are always going to be a problem. And then there's the limits of political will. So climate change is a long-term, slow-moving problem. Political cycles are short. Politicians would like to make decisions that have a near-term impact, and the decisions around climate change often have a long-term impact that may not be realized within a political cycle of 2 years or 4 years. So there's been a lot of research on the creation of assessments and vulnerability and resilience assessments, and these are a first step in helping all of the various entities, the stakeholders, the decision makers, to better understand how this is a local problem for them and what they can do to increase resilience. And as a recommendation, I think this is a really good place to start for folks. If you haven't done this already, there is a lot of guidance out there, which I'll talk about in a minute. But the main takeaway here is that a resilience assessment process, which can take 6 months or a year or sometimes even longer, is something that has a number of ancillary benefits in addition to simply identifying investments and concrete steps that might need to be taken at a given facility. So yes, a resilience assessment can identify a backup generator that is too low, that should be elevated, or an electrical transformer that should be elevated, or a seawall that needs to be built. And those are very important. Those are very important findings. But the resilience assessment process has all of these other benefits. So we gain an understanding of our vulnerabilities. we enhance relationships between external and internal stakeholders. So for example, at Navy Station Newport, we did a 2-year project with the Navy base and the 3 municipalities around that Navy base in order to understand what the interdependencies are around resilience and vulnerability. And that got those folks talking to each other, identifying issues such as the Navy Station Newport was planning to evacuate 18,000 personnel. Well, those folks are going to need to cross over the municipal roads and the state roads in order to evacuate the base, and that needs to be incorporated into the evacuation planning of the municipalities. So going through a process like this can create dialogue, it can educate leadership on some of these issues. The different entities can work together to identify funding potential that can be applied to help all of the parties in becoming more resilient. And really, it's a way to facilitate dialogue, to encourage resource sharing and collaboration. So there has been guidance developed to conduct these kinds of resilience assessments. These are 3 examples. There's more out there, but these ones come from 2 from the US. On the left is the Marine Transportation System Resilience Assessment Guide, which is guidance material to conduct surface level or very deep dive resilience assessments on marine transportation. In the center is the Infrastructure Resilience Planning Framework, which was developed by the Department of Homeland Security. And we are currently, in my group at University of Rhode Island, we are working with the Port of Providence and the City of Providence to implement this IRPF framework. And then on the right, you see some guidance developed by the UN Conference on Trade and Development to conduct risk and vulnerability assessments for coastal transport in the Caribbean. This was for ports and airports in the Caribbean, and this emerged from an expert group that I've been a part of, along with Regina Asariotis at UNCTAD over the last 12 years or so. So I want to conclude with just kind of a thought exercise that I think is important to consider as we think about this problem of climate change and why it's so difficult for us to take action, us as human beings and us as decision makers. So I'm going to lay out a timeline. On the left there is today, and on the right we go out to 2150. We have our arbitrary 2100 mark, which we always talk about as sea level rise will be, 2 meters or 1 meter or half a meter by 2100. And we'll have more precipitation, we'll have, more hurricane events. But we know that the impacts of climate change and the drivers will continue beyond 2100. And in fact, they will get worse more quickly as we move forward in time. So as human beings, we are pretty good about thinking about short-term planning. We can think a year out, the things we're going to do, whatever missions we're going to be working on or plans we're developing. 5 to 10 years out, things start to get difficult for us, but we can still do it. People who've embarked on a military career or have gone to a university or both have thought about their program for the next 4, 5, 10 years. Beyond that, our frame of reference can be maybe the length of our career. What do we want to accomplish in a 35-year career or a 50-year career? We don't really think in any concrete terms, I think most of us, about the rest of our lives, but maybe for me it's another 55 years. And beyond that, things start to get very vague. Our children's lives are maybe 100 years out. But the reality here is that 100 years out puts our children well beyond 2100. And after that, things start to get very vague. However, when we consider the types of infrastructure projects that are necessary to prepare our coastal areas for climate change, for example, the Maasvlakte carrying barrier in Rotterdam, these kinds of projects can take years or a decade just to select the type of project that we want to implement and engineer and design it. They can take another 10 years to get through a permitting and regulatory process. They can take 5 years just to construct. And they typically will have a project design life of 50 years, sometimes 75 years. But the actual working life of infrastructure, and in particular coastal infrastructure, often well exceeds the design life of that infrastructure and can be 75 years out or more. And so we can see why it's so important to be thinking about these things now, because the implications are very far out into the future, but they matter for the things that are important to us, our children's lives, our legacies. And so it's time to think seriously and take action and make these investments today in order to help offset some of these devastating costs in the future. So just a couple of key messages. Climate change, it's a growing crisis for ports, for port-dependent economies, for maritime security, especially for small island developing states. Good planning can reduce the economic impacts and reduce human suffering, which I think is our common goal here. And a first step is deep engagement and collaboration to try to address some of those institutional constraints, those top-down constraints that I mentioned earlier. And so I will end there. You can scan this QR code. You can go to our website for more information on the kinds of projects that my group at the University of Rhode Island Department of Marine Affairs has been working on for many, many years. And I'm happy to answer questions, or we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, dear Dr. Becker. We want to express our most sincere gratitude for your outstanding participation in this seminar, your collaboration and commitment to this crucial cause. With your permission, I will address our attendees in Spanish. Gracias a su detallada exposición, estimado Dr. Becker. Hemos logrado comprender
Thanks,
mejor
Dr. Becker.
el cambio climático en la seguridad marítima y la
We have
importancia de
achieved
desarrollar
to
y
know
aplicar
the
estrategias efectivas para
impact of
mitigarlos.
climate change and the
Sus
strategies to
conocimientos y
mitigate these.
experiencia han sido de gran
Your
valor
knowledge and
para todos los
experience have been very
asistentes,
valuable for
especialmente
everyone
para aquellos de
attending,
nosotros que estamos
and
directamente
especially for
involucrados en
us
la
that
toma de
are directly
decisiones dentro
involved
del
in
sector
decision
marítimo.
making in the
Una vez
maritime
más, en nombre de
sector.
la Junta Interamericana de Defensa, le agradezco profundamente su
I thank
colaboración
you
y
deeply for
compromiso
your
con esta gran
cooperation
estrategia.
with this very
Espero que
crucial
tengamos la
cause.
oportunidad de contar
I
con su
hope that we
participación
have
en
your
futuros eventos
participation
y
in
seguir
future
aprendiendo
events,
de su vasta
and we
experiencia.
keep learning
The
from your
question
vast.
sections will be at the end of the rest of the participants. Thanks a lot, doctor. A continuación, tengo el gusto de presentar a ustedes a la doctora Agustina
Dr. Agustina
Calatuya,
Calatuya,
quien desde el Banco Interamericano de
who
Desarrollo
from the
nos honrará con su participación.
IADB will honor us with her
La doctora
participation.
Agustina Calatuya
Dr.
es especialista
Agustina
líder de
Calatuya,
transporte
she's
en
a
la División de
specialist in
Transporte del Banco
transportation
Interamericano
in
de
the
Desarrollo, donde se
transportation
dedica a la
section of
investigación
the
aplicada,
IDB,
estructuración de préstamos y asesoramiento técnico para
charge of
mejorar los sistemas de
structuring of
transporte
loans
en América
and
Latina y el
technical
Caribe.
advisory.
Lidera el área de investigación y
She is
tecnología
also
en
leading the
transporte y
investigation
logística
and
en
technology
esa misma
sector
institución.
in logistics
Antes de
in the
unirse
same institution.
al BID en 2010,
And prior to
trabajó en la
joining the
planificación del
IDB, she was
transporte y
working in
desarrollo del sector
transportation
privado
planning
en
and
la Comisión
development of
Europea,
the private sector of
la
the
OIT,
European Commission,
Naciones Unidas, la Alcaldía de Turín y en el
the
sector privado.
mayor of
Posee un
Turin,
doctorado
and
en
in the
ingeniería
private sector.
mecánica
She
y
has
de
a
sistemas por la Universidad de Newcastle
the
y dos
University of Newcastle
maestrías por la Universidad
and
de
2
California,
masters by the
Berkeley
University of
y la
California,
Universidad de
Berkeley, and the
Padua,
University of
respectivamente.
Padua,
Sus
respectively.
investigaciones en logística y transporte marítimo han
Logistics
sido
and
premiadas
maritime
internacionalmente
transportation
y
have received
publicadas en
awards
diversas revistas
internationally
científicas
and have
y
been
organismos
published in different
internacionales.
magazines.
Sin más que agregar, estimado doctor Agustina, tiene usted la palabra.
Now I will give the floor to Dr.
Muchas
Agustina.
gracias, Teniente Flores. Muchísimas gracias a la Junta Interamericana de Defensa por invitar al BID, al Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, a participar de este importante evento. Voy a compartir rápidamente mi presentación para poder comenzar. Aquí, ahora sí que la van a ver en modo presentación.
La escuchamos y ya estamos viendo su presentación.
We hear you and we are
Ok,
looking
¿la
at
ven
your
en modo
presentation.
presentación?
Perfect.
Aún no, está usted aún compartiendo su escritorio.
Ah, perfecto.
It is still not in presentation mode.
Ahora, ¿verdad?
Correcto,
Now.
la escuchamos
Perfecto.
vemos claramente. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Creo que la presentación anterior del doctor Becker fue muy,
Was very,
muy buena en el
very
sentido
good
de que lo que
in
yo
the
voy a
sense
hacer
that what
en
I'm
mi
going to do
presentación
in
es
my
hablarles
presentation
desde el
is to
punto de
talk about
vista general,
from a general
de la relación
standpoint
entre el
of the
transporte, el
relationship
cambio
between
climático, y
transportation
el
and
doctor
climate
Becker
change.
abordó
And
muy
Dr. Becker also addressed very detailed, in a very
el
detailed manner, the
desafío relacionado con la
challenge
adaptación
related
climática.
to the adaptation to
Entonces,
climate change.
nosotros publicamos
So we
el
published
pasado
last
el
year
primer
the
disponible
first
que
available
existe
study
para América
for Latin
Latina
America
sobre transporte y cambio
with
climático
regards to
en todo
transportation and climate change,
y
addressing
yo
all of
voy a
the
hablar
transportation
específicamente del
methods.
capítulo de
So
transporte.
I'm going to focus
Pero si
here
tuviera que
in
decirles
maritime
en pocas
transportation,
palabras
but if I would
cuál es
have
el
to
mensaje
summarize what
principal
the main message is
del
of this
informe,
approach, of
es
this
que
report,
efectivamente
is that
es
effectively
tiempo de actuar.
it is time to act.
Porque vamos a ver que realmente existe muy poco tiempo para poder redireccionar las tendencias que el doctor Becker nos mostró en torno a los escenarios de cambio climático. La buena noticia desde ese punto de vista es que, bueno, por
News
primera vez
is that for the first time, Latin America has a comprehensive analysis with regards to transportation and climate change.
Y lo hemos hecho junto con la OCDE, con la Organización Internacional del Transporte, también con diferentes organizaciones sectoriales a nivel internacional, en el caso del transporte marítimo con IAPH o la Asociación Internacional de Puertos. Bueno, con ellos hemos diseñado una serie de estrategias para acelerar la transformación verde del sector y también la adaptación, como vamos a poder ver para específica para América Latina, y lo vamos a poder ver en el transcurso de esta presentación. Pero ante todo, ¿por qué es relevante el cambio climático para el transporte, para nosotros que trabajamos en transporte? Porque justamente nuestro sector a nivel mundial es el responsable del 25% de las emisiones globales de CO2 o de dióxido de carbono, y más preocupante aún, estas emisiones
Concerned that these emissions have grown exponentially in the last decades. Latin America has a very small participation in this emission of around 2% of the total. However, if we look at the trends of the last 30 years, our emissions have more than duplicated. So they are 40% of CO2 of the region. You can see here in the graph that we are in the blue bars, the Pacific. By transportation means the road transportation, and this is the same around the world, especially in underdeveloped countries. The road transportation is the most has the most participation of emissions, and this data from the Energy Agency, in the case of maritime transportation and aviation, has like a certain challenge, because you know that the emissions of maritime transportation haven't been assigned to a specific country.
Sus emisiones fueran contabilizadas como las de un país, sería el sexto emisor a nivel mundial, por encima de países como Alemania.
It would be like on top of countries as Germany and South Korea. The maritime transportation would be the sixth participant of the emissions of CO2 at a world level.
que es justamente alcanzar los objetivos que se ha establecido la Organización Marítima Internacional en sus diferentes estrategias. Hoy en día es alcanzar 0 emisiones netas para 2050.
emissions for
Por el
2050.
otro lado, y esto lo
Then,
mostraba
on
en
the
la
other
presentación
hand,
anterior del
this
doctor
was shown in
Becker,
the
el
prior
sector
presentation
también
by
está
Dr. Becker. The sector
expuesto
is
a
exposed
impactos
to
de
impacts
eventos climáticos extremos que se han aumentado en su intensidad y en su frecuencia en los últimos años. Estos son datos para América Latina. Y nuestros escenarios, los que hicimos para el informe, nos dicen que sin acción el cambio climático va a poner en riesgo a infraestructuras críticas y en el caso del transporte marítimo, las infraestructuras que precisamente están
the maritime sector that are critically exposed for 2100
son esos puertos como los de Panamá, como Cartagena, también Kingston, que hoy
Kingston,
día fungen como
which
modernos
today
nodos de
are like
conectividad
connective
regional en
nodes,
las redes de
regional
transporte
connective
marítimo
nodes in the
del
networks
Caribe.
of maritime transportation.
Entonces, por otro lado también, si no descarbonizamos el transporte, las emisiones del sector de América Latina van a aumentar en un 17% para 2050 y esto es muy lejos de lo que se requiere reducir para alcanzar los objetivos del Acuerdo de París, que es reducir esas emisiones en torno a un 50%.
In around
En
50%.
el caso del transporte marítimo, las negociaciones, ustedes lo saben, en la Organización Marítima Internacional están avanzando, hay medidas determinadas de mediano plazo, de corto, de largo plazo. Y también, esto también lo veíamos en la presentación del doctor Becker, hay acciones que ya se están implementando a nivel nacional, regional, inclusive a nivel de puerto. Tanto para la descarbonización como la adaptación. Y nosotros en nuestro estudio hacemos un
In our study,
prácticas
we are also making a list of good practices internationally, and we compared with what is happening in Latin America. And what we found is that there is a very limited attention to the reduction of emissions and the climate resilience in maritime transportation. I think that awareness about the sustainability in maritime transportation is very low, and these results remind me of the slide that Dr. Becker presented of what they were saying, the stakeholders that were participating in the sector. There's very few cases that we have this implemented in the plans, the transportation plans or the port plans. There's basically no emissions at a port level, and there's a lack of strategies to incentivize.
Existen puertos en la región, aunque son pocos todavía, que buscan mejorar su eficiencia energética y utilizar energías más limpias. Y algunos países también están explorando el desarrollo de nuevos combustibles, como el hidrógeno verde, como oportunidades de negocio para reinsertarse en lo que podría ser una nueva red de bunkering a nivel internacional.
Do more a new banking strategy at a world level. Then we also have some policies that provide the guidelines on how to improve the decarbonization and the resilience of the sector. And it doesn't all has to do with the climate change, but it's also linked to the strategies that are geopolitical and also in the context of this presentation that are also economic. And there's countries that want to be positioned as leaders in the energetic efficiencies. They also want to mitigate the economical impact that that transition might have to also create more jobs, or they want to also establish or be global leaders, also to improve air quality. Then at the beginning of the presentation, I told you that it's time to act. And what we are seeing with regards to these scenarios and the accords is that in the next 2 years, in 2024, we just have half of the year, and in 2025 are key to revert those negative trends of the sector. So we need to focus on 4 actions that can be structured specifically in the short term and that may also affect the medium and long term to prioritize decarbonization and resilience. And Dr. Becker mentioned that how important it is that from the planning of an investment to think about these topics, to develop policy instruments trained in sustainability, and to also do strategic alliances. Part of this port activity. So to materialize the objectives established in the plans,
los países tienen que tener una disponibilidad y una variedad de instrumentos de política pública. Esto es lo que hacen los países más avanzados en ese sentido. Tienen diferentes instrumentos que utilizan para incentivar la mitigación y la adaptación al cambio climático. Utilizan regulaciones, pero también utilizan sus licitaciones para incluir, por ejemplo, criterios de resiliencia climática en las infraestructuras. También utilizan instrumentos de
criteria for an environment and also price instruments. We have in the Panama Canal region.
Y en Argentina también tienen tasas más bajas para buques que sean más limpios. Incentivos no económicos, nuevamente el Canal de Panamá da prioridad de paso a los buques más limpios y también inversiones públicas orientadas a la sostenibilidad del transporte, y aquí hago una referencia muy sencilla y muy rápida a la importancia de, por ejemplo, los Port Community Systems, porque la coordinación puede llegar a reducir muchas de las emisiones que hoy en día se dan en las operaciones logísticas por falta de coordinación. Nosotros lo que hacemos en el capítulo marítimo
what we do in the maritime chapter of the study is to provide a series of recommendations about different actions that might be implemented.
A detenerme en estas, las podemos ver en la sesión de preguntas y respuestas, pero la reflexión aquí es que hay que
answer section, but we want to use the different instruments, the policy instruments that the public sector has in cooperation and coordination with the private sector and the communities where the ports are. And at the same time, have to think from the beginning, from the planning, to think from the planning of the sector on how the infrastructures have to include the criteria of mitigation and adaptation. So this is the QR code if you want to download this publication. It's in English and Spanish, and I can gladly answer any questions you have. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Agustina. I want to express my sincere thanks for your participation in this seminar with regards to your presentation on climate change and transportation scenarios for the main infrastructures in the region. Your participation was valuable and provided quantitative data about this relevant topic. We thank for your contributions from the IDB, which has been essential to understand the challenges and opportunities that we have in terms of infrastructure for climate change. It has provided very important information that will strengthen our strategies and actions with regards to maritime security. We value your efforts, and we hope we have your participation in the future to continue learning from your experience. The question and answer section will come after the presentations of the rest of the panel. Next, I want to present Neil Hanratty and Ms. Jasmine Stamos from Canada contribute with their presentation on the influence of climate change in the Arctic and their implications for security and maritime defense. Captain Neil Hanratty is an officer from the Canadian Navy. He is a specialist of war of naval mines and ex-commander of a defense vessel of maritime coast of the Atlantic. And he has also developed naval future capacities. He was recently named as Director of Naval Strategy, where he leads a team to continue development and adjusting the strategic concepts and requirements of the Navy of Canada. Ms. Jasmine Stamos is an officer of Arctic Policy in the Defense Department of Canada of Arctic Policy in 2023 and has 6+ years of experience working in security and defense. Her prior positions included working in policies against terrorism and transparency in public security in Canada. So I will give the floor to the presenters, my captain and Ms. Stamos. Are you listening?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Are you going to share slides or you're going to make your participation?
No, Ms. Demos will share the slides.
Okay.
And so I'll begin as she begins sharing her slides. I'll begin with a very quick introduction to say good day, bonjour, bon dia, buenos dias to all of my esteemed colleagues in the Inter-American Defense Board. Thank you very much for the ability to present today. Today we'll hope to build on the excellent briefs that preceded us and build on the academic notions with a view of the policy and the operational challenges that surround climate change, and particularly climate change in the Arctic region. Ms. Stamos and I will be complementing each other throughout the presentation, and so we'll be going back and forth to present on our slides. And I do acknowledge that we have only 10 minutes to present our information, but that being said, I will do my best to speak slowly and clearly for our excellent translators to be able to keep up and share the information. So thank you very much for that. I will ask Jasmine to proceed to the second slide. And so the outline of our presentation, we plan to discuss the environment in the Arctic, and we will use the term the Canadian Arctic or the Canadian High North throughout in describing the challenges of the region of our area of authority. We'll discuss the defense and security implications, and we'll talk about policy as well as operational challenges in navigation in the Arctic, maintaining a naval and military presence in the Arctic. And then we will discuss the Canadian experience and our response to some of these challenges that we will present. And so without any further ado, I will ask Jasmine to carry on with slide number 3.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for having us here today. I'll just start off by providing some remarks on the strategic context and considerations when it comes to Canada's Arctic threat environment. So the Canadian Arctic is a very fundamental part of Canadian security. Because of its expansiveness, over 40% of the country's landmass and 75% of our coastlines, it encompasses a significant portion of the approaches to our country. It's at the crossroads of the Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, so a very important region for globally integrated deterrence. Strategic competition, climate change, technological advancements, and economic interests are really coming together in a way that makes this region more strategically important than ever before. The Canadian Arctic is warming at about 4 times the rate of the global average, resulting in melting and unpredictable sea ice, rapid coastal erosion, increased precipitation, permafrost degradation, and invasive species migration. Extreme weather and natural disasters are occurring with growing frequency. Changes to the physical environment are therefore having profound effects on the strategic environment as well. For example, the Arctic holds considerable mineral resource potential. As this includes critical minerals used in the production of new technologies essential for a range of applications, including clean energy, these minerals will likely become a source of competition moving forward. The Arctic is also likely to become more attractive to commercial fishing fleets as climate change is causing major fish stocks to move further north as lower latitudes warm. These changes not only have effects on the strategic environment, but also have direct implications for safety and security in the Arctic and pose a threat to Northerners' way of life. Though sparsely populated with about 200,000 inhabitants, or about 0.5% of our total population, Northern and Indigenous communities are at the heart of Canada's North and are actively looking to national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces to provide assurances that they and their interests, are well defended. The impacts of climate change are imposing added stress on the Canadian Armed Forces, who are increasingly called on to support civilian authorities for domestic emergency response and search and rescue operations. Moreover, beyond climate-related changes to the strategic environment, we are seeing increased interest from non-Arctic states and more assertive postures from strategic competitors. Competitors are increasingly employing tactics below the threshold of traditional armed conflict and conducting hostile activities that seek to challenge the international rules-based order. These below-threshold tactics, such as seemingly innocuous economic or scientific activities, may act as cover for military intelligence collection and planning. So as Arctic and non-Arctic states seek to share in the region's natural resource potential and strategic position, maintaining regional stability and promoting the rules-based international order becomes increasingly important for Arctic security in Canada. I'll turn it over to my colleague for the following slides.
So maritime security is quite obviously a key domain in which it's important for the national defense and the Canadian Armed Forces to maintain presence and domain awareness in the Canadian Arctic to defend Canada's national interests. The Arctic sea ice cover is declining, and scientific models forecast ice-free conditions in the Arctic Ocean by the summer of 2040. But Arctic navigation remains hazardous due to incomplete navigational surveys and volatile sea ice conditions. I would note that vessel traffic in the Canadian Arctic is greatly influenced by seasonal ice conditions, and that while vessel traffic has been increasing over time, levels remain modest and fairly steady throughout the last few years. With the decline of annual sea ice, the perception of growing access to Arctic resources and shipping lanes has the potential to entice new actors to the region and further complicate Canada's exercise of sovereignty in the Canadian North. Rights and obligations of states in the Arctic maritime domain are governed primarily by customary international law, as well as the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Reinforcing the rules-based international order is critical for ensuring that these laws and customs are respected. This is particularly true of the Northwest Passage, which Canada considers as internal waters by historic title. With the perception of increased accessibility, some states may increasingly seek to use the passage as a strait. While this possibility remains distant at this time, it reinforces Canada's need to assert its sovereignty in the region and over what we consider an internal Arctic waterway. National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces are actively involved in whole of government and interdepartmental mechanisms for maritime safety and security in the Arctic. Particularly, I would highlight the Maritime Events Response Protocol, of which National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces are core partners, which acts as a coordination, information exchange, and strategic planning tool to support federal response to significant maritime events, alongside our other governmental departments. Mechanisms like the Maritime Event Response Protocol must remain agile and able to respond to demands in a changing Arctic environment. So these cumulative effects of environmental and geopolitical changes to the Arctic region mean that additional demands are being placed on the national defense and the armed forces for search and rescue and response activities, as well as increased maritime activity is causing giving a requirement for enhanced surveillance and monitoring and control in that region. We continue to support the government in the exercise of sovereignty through identification and response to any vessels of interest in the Canadian Arctic, that may pose a threat to Canadian interests or which may be at risk themselves due to navigational hazards.
So recognizing the time, I'll very briefly provide an overview of the policy direction and strategic commitments that we made along these lines. So recognizing the strategic importance of the Arctic and the evolving threat environment, direction to improve the Canadian Armed Forces mobility, reach, and footprint in the Arctic is included in successive policy guidance and documents. Our new defense policy, Our North Strong and Free, is particularly notable. It's available online. It was released on the 8th of April and commits to investments in detecting and understanding threats across all domains and strengthening the Canadian Armed Forces' ability to robustly respond to threats when and when they materialize. It places significant emphasis on the Arctic and our northern approaches as a critical part of globally integrated deterrence. Some of the newly announced capabilities and commitments through this policy within Arctic Nexus include Northern Operational Support Hubs, airborne early warning and control aircraft, specialized maritime sensors, including some that can be employed by our Arctic offshore patrol vessels, a new fleet of tactical helicopters, and a new satellite ground station in the Arctic to enhance the use of Canadian, US, and other allied space capabilities. And we will also be exploring options for enhancing the range and capabilities of our Arctic and offshore patrol vessels by enabling them to support helicopter operations, as well as options for renewing and expanding our submarine fleet to enable the Royal Canadian Navy to project a persistent deterrent on all three coasts, including in the Arctic. We additionally have other guidance that we refer to, including NORAD modernization. So there is a 38.6 billion commitment over 20 years to modernize Canada's contribution to NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense, which is a bilateral partnership with the United States. And we additionally refer to the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework to help guide our federal priorities in the North until 2030 and beyond. This is a largely socioeconomically focused policy, but it does have a safety, security, and defense chapter, which recognizes the complex nature of the modern Arctic threat environment and articulates the goal that the Canadian Arctic and North and its people should be safe, secure, and well defended. And on a final note, just quickly on partnerships and collaboration, through our engagements with Northern partners on their priorities, we've heard that to many, the link between strong, healthy, and resilient Northern communities and Canadian sovereignty is very clear. And while addressing socioeconomic issues and enhancing quality of life falls outside of the defense mandate, we nonetheless have a very important role to play in promoting the connection between human security and national security with our federal partners who lead on those issues and in enabling a whole-of-government approach to Arctic defense and security. We, at the international level, also enjoy longstanding and positive partnerships with our Arctic allies and partners and participate in a number of bilateral and multilateral Arctic defense engagements. So moving forward, we will continue to place a strong emphasis on collaboration with our allies and partners as an integral part of our approach to Arctic defense.
So to conclude, Canada recognizes one of the most urgent and important tasks that we face is asserting our sovereignty in the Arctic and northern regions, where the changing physical and geopolitical landscapes have created new challenges and vulnerabilities to Canada and to Canadians. Thank you very much for your attention, and we will stand by for questions during the question and answer period.
Estimados compañeros del Ministerio de Defensa de Canadá, queremos expresar nuestro más sincero
Dear
agradecimiento
colleagues from Canada, we want to thank you for your highlighted participation in this scenario. Your participation on the security, the maritime security based on Canada was very informative and relevant. The information that you shared was invaluable to understand better all the opportunities and challenges of the Arctic in respect to maritime security, and you have enriched significantly our perspective. We anticipate that there are going to be many questions and requirements for additional information on your presentation, for which we're going to contact you later on. We thank you once again for your collaboration and commitment, and we hope to continue strengthening the links with regards to maritime security. To continue,
tengo el gusto de presentar con
I am
ustedes
pleased to present Captain Genoveva Forero González, who entered the National Police of Panama at the Dr. Justo Arosemena College, where she obtained a scholarship in December 2007, and she started in 2008 in the Argentinian Navy, where she obtained the title of a lieutenant and university analyst in maritime security. You have the floor to talk about the drought in the Panama Canal. Can you hear us? Yes. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this workshop at your orders. I'm going to share the screen.
Okay, se comparte perfecto.
Can you see it? Yes, we can see it and hear you well. Thank you very much. I'm Lieutenant Genoveva Forero from the Navy of National Air Navy of Panama. We're going to talk about the drought in the Canal of Panama and its impact on maritime security. The importance, especially through the water, everything starts in 1903 with the Treaty of Bruno Varela, who granted the Panama Canal enterprise the construction of the system of aqueducts and sewages in the cities of Panama and Colón. This resulted in the construction of the great water production plants in Miraflores for the Pacific and in clear waters for the Caribbean in the province of Colón that was later changed by the Monte Esperanza one. Nevertheless, the Panama Canal was inaugurated in 1914 under the system of domes under the water and under a system of locks that use more than 100,000 cubic meters of water that are supplied through the great artificial lakes of Gatún and Alajuela. Nevertheless, despite the years, the administration of water is established by law for the Company of the Canal of Panama and the Maritime Authority of the Panama Canal. So the law was enacted in 1997, granting one part of the administration and the handling of the rivers and riverines and lakes and other water masses that are part of the hydrographic basin of Canada. Well, since it is so important, this water is so important, and especially when we mention the drought that is happening right now, it is important to mention the how it works and the operations of the Panama Canal. In the Caribbean, we have two types of locks, clear waters and Negatura, and in the Pacific, we have three sets of locks, Pedro Miguel, Miraflores, and the new one of Cocoli. These locks are supplied by many rivers that run kilometers through the Panama Canal. We have 7 sub-basins that supply water to this hydrographic basin that is monitored through this group of people that have to supervise, evaluate, and carry out some programs for the handling and administration of the canal that will guarantee the sustainability of water in the Panama Canal. These basins, as I mentioned, are the ones that supply these artificial lakes, Lago Gatún and Alajuelas. Nevertheless, due to our geographical position, we don't have these great affectations like tornadoes and other climate disasters, but we are impacted by this great phenomena of El Niño and at the same time by climatic change. That in the years 2018 in October and 2019, the next month in September, we had the majority of, or the greatest amount or the greatest drought that we were able to see in one rainy month. In Panama, since it is a tropical country, in the 12 months of the year, 10 months are rainy. Nevertheless, the precipitations for these months of October 2018 and September 2019 were not as expected. And this obviously alerted the authorities of the Panama Canal. And then they did some adjustments to maintain this hydric resource in the best way possible to be able to provide this service through the Panama Canal. So the administration of the Panama Canal, together with the UN and the environmental area, strengthened through a cooperation agreement to be able to join work and be able to counteract all the problems that the phenomena of El Niño was causing. Nevertheless, there are some other agreements that we also signed through the Objective for Sustainable Development that the authorities of the Panama Canal have undertaken to adjust this level of carbon that was mentioned by the previous speakers, and obviously to try to find some mitigations for this impact as such. Nevertheless, obviously, we saw in 2021 an impact that was very considerable, that was of great alert for all the nations that use the Panama Canal. And obviously, what happened in 2021, in March 2021, in the Canal of Suez, where the Ever Given ship got stuck because the international trade was affected by that. And when we talk about international trade, we're not only referring to this company, but to all the other users of the Panama Canal that had to wait, because these are disasters that are international in scope. And this, of course, raises an alert for Panama as a state that had to take measures immediately through the maritime traffic that goes through the Panama Canal, and had to announce some restrictions. Since May 24, 2023, we established some restrictions for the crossing of the Panama Canal. And as I mentioned, through law, the Panama Canal is the administrator of all the water that comes in during this passing of the Panama Canal. And we have monitored and recorded through the hydrographic basin, and they're constantly monitoring the precipitations that supply the artificial lakes. So for the 2018 and 2019, we have taken all the measures, and we have made adjustments as well in a very considerable way to give this service. But in March, we had to restrict because we had a scenario of use of 36 ships that crossed daily the Panama Canal, and we reduced it to only 22 ships for transit. And how does this impact? How does this drought impact the Panama Canal? Not only, as I mentioned, our country, but also it affected all the users of the Panama Canal in an international manner, because to go through the costs increased, and also in the military part to be able to take all the supplies and personnel and the equipment, the military equipment. And how does this impact the armed forces? Of course, and obviously, when we had to carry out new strategies to be able to move all the equipment and personnel. And this makes us start to look for alternatives by which we can transit all the supplies and personnel, the same as international trade. how are they going to move? What is the most adequate route to move all their cargo? So the Panama Canal, due to its strategic position, facilitates and reduces the costs and even obviously reduces the amount of carbon emissions. And this reflects a great impact in all the world. And obviously, another of the issues that impacts directly is the protection of security of the canal, because if there is a drought, the country can have some public disorders, and violence increases because people want to have an immediate response, and we would have to act immediately as the security entities of our country to be able to mitigate those risks and direct impacts in the Panama Canal. But how can we mitigate the impact of this drought in the Panama Canal? As my predecessors mentioned, and very well said by the previous speakers, all the actions to be able to mitigate the effects of climate change, especially in the Panama Canal, how can we do, or what can we do to mitigate this impact? Because we must not forget that these are actions that we have to carry out together in collaboration. The first one is to diversify the maritime routes. In Panama, because of its geographical position and the way that it is comprised, it also facilitates the pass by land. And the Panama authorities also strengthened this landway last year due to the restrictions at the canal. And they had an agreement with all the companies that passed their cargo through the canal to pass them by train. So we strengthened the train system in this route, as well as we made investments in infrastructure. And this is not only at the buildings, but also technologically. We were thinking how to be able to innovate in technology to keep that constant monitoring of the different precipitations in Panama, in the area of the canal. So this technological development is going to take us to a constant monitoring at the canal. And the authorities of the canal are carrying out a constant monitoring of the different levels of water of the two lakes, and how these precipitations and how this is going to be projected to reflect this daily passage through the Panama Canal. Another one would be international cooperation. Although we are invited through the IADB, we also carry out some other international agreements with other military entities, both internationally and regionally, that took us to Panamax. Panamax was also created to combat terrorism within the Panama Canal. But nevertheless, right now, we have to not only think about terrorism, but also to see it on the area of climate change that is a world disaster. And in theory, we should be thinking about involving this in the exercises, in the international exercises that we carry out to defend the Panama Canal. Also, the new projections, number 5, the authorities of the Panama Canal are carrying out studies in a projection of the Indio River that seeks to support these artificial lakes, Alajuela and Gatun, to supply water to these lakes and to have a greater amount of water to carry out the passaging through the Panama Canal. Right now, it's at the legislature. Rio Indio has always been studied and evaluated through the Institutional Commission of the Panama Canal as one of the important supports to keep this hydric resource in a sustainable way, and also to guarantee this resource or water to the citizens of Panama, because although the potable water plants were not made only for the canal, but also for the people that receive potable water in the cities. So these are the new projections that are being carried out by the authorities of the canal to mitigate the drought in our canal. Number 6 would be planning and simulations with the purpose of being able to see how we can mitigate this and obviously avoid the consequences for our country and for the user countries as well of our service. And obviously, we have to maintain climate monitoring that is going to give us all the alerts to look for other alternatives to be able to face this situation that one way or the other is affecting all the countries. And as countries, we have to see how we can all work together to make this sustainable. At present, this is our status. The monitoring center of the hydrographic basin of the Panama Canal in last month, in July, showed the rates as follow. We have 34 marks that are 34 ships that transited and 25 Panamax and 2 ships per day. And this impacts the economy of the country because they're less than before. But we have been able to improve a little bit what happened last year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tenant. We express our dearest thanks for your participation about the implications of the climate change on the Panama Canal was very clarifying and relevant. Your intervention has been important to bring awareness on the threats that come up for the maritime industry and this geostrategical canal. And your analysis that you provided allow us to increase our motivation to face these challenges effectively. We deeply thank the dedication of all of our presenters today. Now we will move on to the section of questions and answers. First, we have a question from Trinidad and Tobago for Dr. Becker. Dr. Becker, can you hear us?
I can, I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. The question is really tricky one, so I'm going to say it in full. In the United States, where there are many agencies, how can the problem of overlapping jurisdiction and limited jurisdiction be resolved? Would it be more effective to increase cooperation, although this has already proven quite difficult, or to reduce the number of agencies and expand their jurisdiction? Is this model of multiple agencies still effective in a rapidly changing world? Esa es la pregunta, estimado doctor. Tiene usted la palabra.
Yes, it's a very good question. I think the path of less resistance would be trying to coordinate more across agencies, and there are successful efforts to do that in this resilience space. There is, for example, there is a group called RIAT, which is the Resilience Interagency Task Force. I think that's right. And this is a group that represents the Army Corps of Engineers, the Maritime Administration, the Coast Guard, NOAA, and others. And they meet regularly to discuss resilience issues and to help initiate collaboration across the agencies. And I think this is probably the best model for this because trying to streamline or eliminate agencies or create a new agency just feels much more fraught, much more challenging. So I think coordination across the existing agencies is a better path. And there are other examples as well of this. The Committee on the Marine Transportation System, for example, is another.
Thank you, Doctor. Next question is addressed to our participants from Canada. From Brazil, what are the main international collaboration strategies being developed to ensure Canadian security and sovereignty in the Arctic?
I will start from the military perspective, and I will ask Jasmine to add details from the policy and potentially the governmental perspective. From the military perspective, the Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force all work in tandem amongst ourselves to provide the Arctic surveillance and security that the government requires. Our primary military partnership is through the North American Aerospace Defense Organization, NORAD, and the Royal Canadian Air Force provides sensors, equipment, intelligence, and of course aircraft to help patrol the airspace above Canada's north. In the maritime domain, we participate, as the Royal Canadian Navy, we participate in a whole of government exercise annually called Operation Nanook in the north, where we practice maritime and land-based response to major disasters or climate disasters, etc. For this annual exercise, we routinely invite our international partners, primarily Arctic nations, such as Denmark, the United States participates annually, and others that are concerned with Arctic maritime safety and security. But we do have non-Arctic nations who participate to improve the interoperability in the Arctic region and support to Arctic nations. So we have had participants from France, I know, Great Britain as well, the United Kingdom, etc. So these are our primary operational partnerships. But of course, we also have our alliance with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, as well as bilateral or multilateral engagements that are more ad hoc as opposed to long-term planned participation. So from the military perspective, that's our partnership arrangements at this point. And of course, we're always open to discussion and potential participation of others. Jasmine, did you have anything that you wish to add from the policy perspective?
I think that was an excellent, fulsome response. I would possibly just to build off your comment on the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, I would flag that now all of the like-minded Arctic states, so all Arctic states save for Russia, are now NATO members. So that has implications for our engagement within the alliance when it comes to Arctic issues. And we, of course, regularly collaborate with those countries separately and prior to that hallmark moment in terms of all of those like-minded Arctic states acceding to the alliance. And I would just flag also that in addition to the work that we do at National Defense, Global Affairs Canada, as another government partner, is very much engaged on the international scene, and also does work with our Arctic allies and non-Arctic allies also when appropriate on Arctic issues. But I would leave it at that, and then also just share that if anybody is interested in reading our North Strong and Free, which is our new defense policy, it does touch on international collaboration in the Arctic as well. So would highly recommend giving that a read.
Thank you for your answers. A continuación, desde Perú, dirigida a la doctora Agustina.
From Peru, for Dr. Agustina. Dr. Agustina, can you hear us?
Sí, los escucho.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, the question is as follows. Given the information presented on the impact of emissions of transportation in Latin America and the Caribbean, how can these countries take advantage of the innovative initiatives and international cooperation to comply with the objectives of the Paris Accord?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for the question.
Hablando a nivel latinoamericano,
At a Latin American level, there's many initiatives happening on several transportation means, and specifically for maritime transportation. We know that in the negotiations of the work together so that these regulations contemplate the specific conditions of the countries of Latin America, which are important of importers. And there's have been studies made of these measures.
Negativa en las exportaciones de estos países. Entonces, hay grupos en ese sentido, el grupo del Caribe también es un grupo que está estableciendo ciertos compromisos para poder negociar de manera conjunta en torno a la Organización Marítima Internacional, en el contexto de la Organización Marítima Internacional. Y después, por otro lado, lo que sí nosotros evidenciamos y también somos parte de hacer posibles estos intercambios es medidas, por ejemplo, para la resiliencia climática de ciertos puertos, intercambiar experiencias entre puertos de la región y por otro lado, la promoción de nuevos combustibles, por ejemplo, el hidrógeno verde, y apoyamos nosotros a estos países y al intercambio de experiencias en torno al desarrollo, por ejemplo, del hidrógeno y cuáles son las medidas desde el punto de vista de política pública que deben ser implementadas para poder potenciar esta nueva fuente de energía. Esos son solo algunos ejemplos, pero sí que existen muchos a nivel regional.
We thank you very much for your answer. And now we have another question for our participants from Canada. They are asking Captain
demand of support to emergency response because it is something happening in Chile too. For example, are you requiring a different kind of training equipment? Captain.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. At this point, we are relying primarily on tactical and operational level exercises with Canadian Armed Forces and government partners. And that includes the federal government, the territorial and provincial governments of the northern provinces and territories, as well as municipal governments of communities in Canada's north. And with planning, engagement through all of those levels, and then the tactical exercises that follow with government partners and internal to the Royal Canadian Navy, we take traditional occupation-based training for individuals and teams, like a ship's training, and we try to augment our understanding of conditions in the north to continuously improve our responses. Understanding that our exercises are just that, and that there is always an element of change and factors that we cannot predict. But through continuous improvement in the exercises, we are aiming to arrive at a good base state where the Royal Canadian Navy and our other armed forces partners can react to climate and other emergencies in the north. We are very lucky that our responses to date have been minimal. And so we have relied on the exercises themselves to improve our operability in Canada's north. Do I foresee changes in individual training to focus more on Arctic issues and Arctic operations? Yes, definitely. with the implementation of the Harry DeWolf class of Arctic offshore and patrol vessels. The Canadian Navy is taking a step forward in operations in the North, and the individual and team training that will follow for those ships and others that operate in Canada's North will continue to evolve to focus on how those operations can be done. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Captain. Lamentablemente, por cuestiones de tiempo, en este
Thank you.
momento.
Due to time constraints, right now we would have to close this panel. We have many questions that we will answer through email and the chat. Right now, on behalf of the IADB, we thank you very much for your participation. And if you can accompany us to the seminar number 2, you're cordially invited. For our audience, we will continue with a 5-minute pause, a 5-minute break.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este importante evento no dia 18 de setembro, das 9 horas da manhã às 13 horas. Conecte-se via Zoom ou YouTube. Inscrições gratuitas aqui.
Únete a la segunda Conferencia de Protección del Medio Ambiente. La Junta Interamericana de Defensa y la Organización de los Estados Americanos te invitan a participar en este evento crucial el 18 de septiembre desde las 9 a 13 horas. Conéctate por Zoom o YouTube y sé parte del cambio. Inscripciones gratis aquí.
Join the second Environmental Protection Conference. The Inter-American Defense Board and the Organization of American States invite you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 a.m. to 1300. Connect to the Zoom platform or YouTube and be part of the change. Free registrations here.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este importante evento no dia 18 de setembro, das 9 horas da manhã às 13 horas. Conecte-se via Zoom ou YouTube. Inscrições gratuitas aqui.
Únete a la segunda Conferencia de Protección del Medio Ambiente. La Junta Interamericana de Defensa y la Organización de los Estados Americanos te invitan a participar en este evento crucial el 18 de septiembre desde las 9 a 13 horas. Conéctate por Zoom o YouTube y sé parte del cambio. Inscripciones gratis aquí.
Join the second Environmental Protection Conference. The Inter-American Defense Board and the Organization of American States invite you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 a.m. to 1300. Connect to the Zoom platform or YouTube and be part of the change. Free registrations here.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este
Muy buenos días. Muchas gracias por continuar con nosotros. A continuación, sigue el panel número 2, intitulado Estrategias de Adaptación y Mitigación. Por parte de Chile nos acompaña el capitán de corbeta Luis Romero Abarca, del Ecuador el capitán de navío Nelson Andrés Pazmiño Manrique, de Colombia la señora Claudia Patricia Urbaño Latorre, de Guatemala el vicealmirante Edwin Federico Loarcas Cifuentes, comandante de la Marina de Defensa Nacional de Guatemala. Procederemos a continuación con nuestro primer expositor. Tengo el gusto de presentarles a mi capitán de corbeta, Luis Romero Abarca, de la Armada de Chile. Generación 2005-2008 de la Escuela Naval Arturo Prat. En 2009, participó en el crucero de instrucción a bordo del buque Esmeralda. En 2010, formó parte de la dotación del buque AGOR Vidal Gormaz y posteriormente del buque AP Aquiles, entre 2010 y 2011. Se especializó en meteorología durante el periodo 2012 a 2014 y en 2015 se unió a la dotación del Centro Meteorológico Marítimo de Valparaíso. De 2016 a 2018, trabajó en el Servicio Meteorológico de la Armada y de 2019 a 2022 fue jefe del Centro Meteorológico Marítimo de Iquique. Desde 2023, ocupa el cargo de jefe de la División de Medio Ambiente y Cambio Climático en la Dirección General de los Servicios de la Armada. Mi capitán, tiene usted el uso de la palabra.
Muy buenos días, muchas gracias por la presentación.
A la orden, mi capitán. ¿Puede usted compartir su presentación? Si nos escucha
Sí.
usted por correo.
En eso estoy. ¿Me pueden confirmar si se ve bien?
Lo escuchamos y se ve correctamente, mi capitán. A la orden.
Muchas gracias. Como dice la presentación, voy a hablar sobre la estrategia de adaptación y mitigación que tiene, en este caso, nuestra institución en respuesta al cambio climático. Para ello me voy a basar en el siguiente hilo conductor, una pequeña introducción. Voy a hablar sobre el apoyo a la emergencia, el uso de eficiencia energética y energías renovables no convencionales y el apoyo que presta la institución a la ciencia. Como introducción, tenemos que considerar que nuestro país está sometido a 7 de los nuevos criterios de vulnerabilidad definidos por las Naciones Unidas en la Convención de Cambio Climático. Por lo tanto, es necesario para nuestro país y para nuestra institución tomar medidas eficientes y rápidas para minimizar estos riesgos. Dentro de los factores principales que se prevén que pueden ser alterados, son los principales, lo que se en la siguiente lámina. Las temperaturas van a variar, lo que puede provocar críticamente en nuestro país el aumento de los periodos que se denominan olas de calor. Estos periodos de ola de calor ocurren en cualquier época del año, pero para nuestro territorio, si ocurren en verano, se generan condiciones más propicias para que los incendios se propaguen más y causen mayor daño. También hay un análisis de un centro de estudio que las marejadas que afectan nuestra costa sean más frecuentes y más intensas, lo que puede afectar nuestra infraestructura costera y también la erosión de las playas. A su vez, comentarles que la sequía es un tema importante porque está previsto que cambien los patrones de precipitación y comentarles solamente que hasta el año 2023 llevamos 15 años consecutivos con precipitaciones bajo lo normal. Y como país es marítimo, tenemos una gran extensión de océano frente a nuestras costas. La absorción del océano, del CO2 excedente que hay, provoca una acidificación del océano y también puede afectar claramente la biodiversidad de la fauna marina. Dentro del apoyo de la emergencia, nuestra institución
Our institution has 5 years. The main is defense, then also has an emergency, national emergency and civil protection area. And I would also like to mention as a part of the context that the institution is also contributing to the national development and the action of the state, which is in line with the organ of state to support the protocols and the agreements, the international agreements, and specifically of climate change. I'm going to mention here how our institution has supported the emergencies. There's fires with measures that might support the decision making. This was in the south of Chile. Then we have in another part of Chile in the desert. In 2005, we had rains in the desert that was considerable in the desert, and this caused very cold zones. So there, with the helicopter, we provided evacuation for the affected people. Then we also support during the fires as guidance. So this airplane here supported to extinct the fire, the focuses of the fire during 2015. This is a video of the plane that was providing support in our territory in the fire season that was very strong in our country. Then, as far as the use of energetic efficiencies and non-conventional renewable energies, we have these main projects that we are developing institutionally. There's many more, but we want to focus on these. The solar panels, the base Pratt Net Zero, the systems of energetic efficiency. Then as far as solar panels installed in the metropolitan station in Santiago, the capital, as you can see in the left, these are the characteristics of the solar plant. This was a public offer with the ESCO model. So the company assumes the implementation costs and operation costs. So this constitutes a savings of 21% in the rate. And this also goes hand in hand with the contribution of the goals of climate change to reduce the greenhouse gases because we're using clean energy to produce electricity. Then the other non-conventional energy production is aeolic energy, so that we promote autonomy of the stations that are used for maritime traffic control, and they help navigation of the vessels and trade. And also there's an hydraulic turbine to maintain the station working. So what does this mean on a day-to-day basis? There's a decrease in the use of fuels. There's also a decrease of the carbon footprint. Then as a second effect, logistically, the emissions of CO2 also decreases because of the movement of vessels to provide for these areas that is very isolated is less. And also the logistical part, the machines that operate to maintain the autonomy of these stations have a longer life period because it's renewable than the other energy sources. Then we have here the base pilot for Pratt Net Zero. This is an Antarctic station in the island Rey Jorge. And the idea of this project is that this base is going to be the first base net zero national for 2030. So it has storage energy at a very efficient storage of energy due to solar panels. And there's a vertical generator, as you can see in the image on the right. So the energy that results from this is being stored in lithium batteries, and this helps the maintenance of this energy so that this base is operating. This is a private initiative. This is a synergy between public and private to be able to develop this initiative so that we can implement mitigation measures to diminish greenhouse gases. Then, as far as the Energetic Insurance Center, we would like to highlight as far as energetic efficiency. This is related to the development of green hydrogen for maritime industry. And this is a cooperation between the Army of Chile. So basically, we see here in the middle of the slide, we can see here that the areas of development are the ports, the propulsing systems, and the storage and transference of hydrogen between port and vessels. So the project is still on a diagnosis stage, and it will end with an implementation of year 2026 to create a center of energetic assurance in year 2027. As far as the support for science, our institution has contributed and is still contributing importantly to science. How are we contributing? So as a context, our country is a maritime country. It's a very exclusive economical area, and 43% of it's under protection officially by the state, and it's Antarctic area, and it's protected by the Antarctic Accord. So we have a platform, a vessel that is supporting the committee, the national committee, with investigations in remote areas. So the vessel is called Cabo de Hornos. So basically on the slide on the right, we have on the image of the right, we have our territory. And this platform has been doing its research in this area. So this is very hard to access, and the conditions are very extreme. So that's why this vessel has the several conditions, so that the people that are going in the vessel, they have these information. They have laboratories. They have it has the capacity to transport 25 people. So the new project, Antarctica 1, was built in Chile. Recently, it was launched and started operating in July this year. This vessel can do scientific research as a last generation system. So with regards to the other vessel, it has a better autonomy.
Tenemos una pequeña dificultad técnica. Les pedimos unos minutos para restablecer la conexión de mi capitán.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? Buenas, disculpen.
We have some technical problems. Sorry, I had a connection problem. 10 seconds, don't worry, you can continue. I don't know where I was left before the communication was cut off. I will confirm. Hold on 1 minute. I think we were in the Antarctic project. Yes. The vessel that was built in Chile. Great. So then, as I was saying, I will repeat this part because I don't know where I was left at. But then this vessel was built in Chile, and it was replacing the prior icebreaker that was built in Canada, that was bought in Canada. One moment. Yes, you're on the air. We hear you.
Ahí sí.
You're live. Yeah, we hear you. So then the prior project, as compared to the prior project, it has a better capacity of projection to operate in the territory as far as latitude and the means to operate in those waters. Some of the characteristics you can find on the right in the installations and the facilities that the scientists have perform their operations. Then you can also see the projection, the significant changes in autonomy of this vessel to provide support to scientific investigation. Both vessels, Cabo de Hornos and Biel, were built 100% in Chile. So that's it. I would like to thank you for this invitation to participate in this seminar, and I'm sorry for this inconvenience with the connection. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to express you our thanks for having participated in the seminar. Your presentation on the mitigation of the Navy of Chile was very informative and relevant. It has given us a clear vision of how Chile is facing the vulnerability criteria due to climate change. Your intervention has been good to understand better all the measures that your nation is implementing and inspires us to consider similar strategies in our region. We appreciate once again your participation, and we hope to continue counting with your contributions in the question and answer session. Thanks to you. Now it is the turn of Captain Pazmiño San Andrés Manrique from Ecuador. Captain Andrés Pazmiño Manrique is a candidate for marine geology by the University of Texas. He has a master's in oceanographic studies and also another one from the Universidad del Mar. He has written books on the law of the sea and also about the Equatorian platform. He has also published different magazines on oceanographic issues. As a military, he has had positions as a deputy director of the maritime interests and the general coordinator of oceanographic issues, and also the head of the oceanographic issues of Senocar. From 2018, from January 18, 2024, he was elected director of and president of the study of El Niño. Without more to say, we give the floor to Captain Andrés Pazmiño. Can you hear us? Yes, good morning. Good morning. Can you share the presentation?
Muy buenos días con todos.
Good morning to all of you. For me, it is a pleasure from Guayaquil, Ecuador, to be with you. Today, we're going to see a presentation related to the affectation to maritime security due to climate change in the oceans. Basically, as the phrase says, the sea is the great unifier and the only hope of man. And now, more than before, this phrase is more important. We are all in the same ship. By Cousteau. The southeastern Pacific is in an area that is especially interesting due to the vertical water movements. The superficial currents or the oceanic dynamic is altered by, as you can see here, in the superior part because of a divergency of the currents that makes all the water masses, the intermediate ones come from the deep to the surface of the sea, which is known as the Equatorian divergency, and also some other coastal phenomena due to the Aleutian winds. that change according to the seasonability. And as we're having climate change, these vertical movements are reduced or increased depending on the season, or the cycles are altered and produce anomalies like the El Niño phenomena. In this sense, the Equatorian Pacific has some special conditions that in climate change and climate in the long term require to analyze the natural phenomena like El Niño. Here we have, once again, the wind patterns, as you can see on the right upper graphic, that push the waters of the Pacific that are hot and are in red. And this movement of the Aleutian winds produce the vertical movements in blue, and then we have the El Niño. When these wind patterns don't exist, all the mass of the Central Pacific come to our waters and provoke what is called El Niño, the excess of because it condenses and evaporates and then precipitates, and that is the season of El Niño. So this natural condition is presented in the southern eastern Pacific. In this sense, the processes, the life processes or the biology of the country depends on the dynamic of the physical properties of the water column, and that produces the derivation of the species, and the fisheries in adjacent areas are related to the conditions of the ocean, mainly temperature and amount of oxygen, depending on each species, because each species has its own estimations. And these currents highlight the dynamics as far as the species is concerned. So the oceanography affects the resources in their growth and movement, as well as in the fishing areas. This is important for when we talk about climate change, because first we have to know the proper dynamic of the area and the movements that change this dynamic, and what makes our area have a special effect, like in the case of Galapagos Islands, where we not only have the divergency, but also the Cromwell current that produces some vertical movements that are known as flourishings. These flourishings and conditions of climate change with the climate effects are seen or produce problems, and it is necessary to understand how this works in order to be able to counteract them. In this sense, Ecuador, besides its areas of the ocean areas, has also generated the special protection for the species that migrate to the area. And in this migration, we have the species that provoke some marine areas. And to understand the climate change, we have to understand the coastal line. And the coastal line is prone, especially at the Pacific, East Pacific, to tsunamis and earthquakes because of the clash of the tectonic plates. And this creates some seismic scenarios that can create tsunamis and that establish the impact in the coastal lines. And the maritime authorities have to understand this and have to understand which are the risk areas. These histories, in the case of Ecuador, have created 7 earthquakes that have affected many people. So again, it is important to incorporate the knowledge for decision makers. As we can see, although we are in the ocean part, these processes that we see that are long-term and geologic in nature, and that sometimes are in the short term, like, for instance, the increase of the sea level, the increase of waves, provoke structures through the coastline profile to be affected, especially in areas where the El Niño has hit. And this would increase the level of water if we don't undertake all the necessary measures and the laws, the coastal laws and coastal regulations for the construction of buildings, because everything has to be done understanding the maritime area to be able to manage and this all these coastal lines. Therefore, the region has a dynamic of vertical movements in the water column and specific issues that help to understand these migrations of species like the giant clam that is prone to be fished in the exclusive economic zones, and some other vulnerable coastal areas to tsunamis and earthquakes, and the natural systems like El Niño and La Niña. And to get to know these things better allows us to manage them better. So there are some factors that are very important and that contribute to all this new perspective of having a clarity on climate change. And this is very important for the defense and security of individuals and also our coastal areas, because the more vulnerable, the poorer the people as well. And we're going to have an increase in needs and security. So there is a growing problem, and it is important to understand that these effects are multipliers. In the ocean, issues are cumulative impacts. In one area, if there is an excess of fishing, in that same area, there could be an effect of the overfishing, but the pesticides can also increase the system, and these nutrients are known as eutrophications, and this is what causes the increases of algae, and the lack of oxygen can be another accumulative process. And if you also include the contamination of a populated area, we're going to have a system that accrues new impacts, and these impacts are with the increase of the warming or the level of water will cause scenarios of greater risk that will have to be handled, and that the Maritime Authority and the part in charge of managing the coast will have to monitor constantly. So here we have that maritime security is fundamental and covers the four systems. We have to understand the marine ecosystem to safeguard all the species and the diversity and the infrastructure. And this is fundamental for the development of our economies. On the other hand, the security in the coastal areas and the capacity of resilience of our people will be a result of good norm standards, construction standards, and all the parameters and maps for prevention that will help the management and the capacity of resilience. With climate change, everything that we're seeing are going to be altered and increased, and they will increase the need to have better monitoring and management. And fundamentally, we have to have national security with the maritime power that will allow us to safeguard and give security both to navigation and maritime security. So we already have all the recommendations of the different world committees of the United Nations against the climate change, which recognize the interconnection between the ocean, climate change, and nature. And they are requesting us to have the action of the ocean and the economic action through the funding of projects. And we have also included actions of the ocean as needs at the national level, and strengthen, most of all the aspects related to the works of groups and global balance. Because although the dynamic of the ocean does not end in one state, but continues on, so it requires an interaction, periodical dialogue among all these committees to strengthen the actions in climate change, and of the ocean to be able to advance in the most important thing, which is the understanding of this planet that is 70% blue. So this is what it produces. What do we see with climate change? Well, that there is a greater warming due to the excess of carbon dioxide, and this is going to provoke a greater warming, approximately up to 90% of increase due to the due to all these things, and also the reduction of oxygen And the variables that we have that identify these processes are at the level of increase in the sea level and the loss of marine diversity, color bleaching, which is one of the most visible because all the shells lose their calcium and then they change color. And also the greenhouse effect and some algae that are toxic and the reduction of oxygen in the habitat and the change of the pH of the water and the reduction of the atrophic chain, because many times we fish certain species and we protect others, but we have a problem in the handling of these. On the other hand, next, in some adjacent areas at the world level, we already have some organizations like the International Maritime Organization that talks about this, especially in the Galapagos, that is very sensitive. The Biodiversity Agreement recognizes this area as an area of sensitive evaluation in the depth of the sea that is known as the depth area that is outside of the jurisdiction. And we also talk about some other areas of interest. And through the groups that order fishing, there is also the analysis of the vulnerable ecosystem. So everything that has to do in these zones of high waters and the zones that are common patrimony are maintain indicators that allow to see that the states might be able to participate in the guarantee that these ecosystems are maintained despite all the effects and atrophic products in the ocean. So the changes like chemical and physical changes like corrosive waters and physical like the change in the direction of the winds and the loss of oxygen and thermic expansion and increase of waves can affect the management and of the seas and maritime security. So we have to undertake some measures so that these effects that are exponential and, for instance, we are losing around in 100 years 1 meter, 1.20 of sea level. We have to have appropriate conditions and the laws to contain these change processes. These processes affect mainly all the coastal lines, and we have to look for measures to make them more resilient or relocate them. And this is what the states must work on through some protections, and we have to appreciate these areas of coastal maritime areas, like in the case of the Pacific. These alterations to the system make all the system and all the acidification and the change of winds and the erosion and the movements of water masses, all these things make it necessary to have the monitoring and control and the maintenance and working on these ecosystems. So what actions are necessary? We have to promote international cooperation in the Eastern South Pacific, develop marine scientific and research, and make people aware of this area. Scientists are the ones that are on a daily basis contributing to the management of the seas and strengthen the planning and integrated planning of the oceans and to improve the capacity of the maritime services to promote the development of the coastlines and also improve the planning of the South economy and management systems and costs, including infrastructure and measures, and to intensify the preservation of the ecosystem and exercise supervision and maritime management. Thank you very much.
We want to express our sincere thanks to your presentation about the incidences, the natural incidences due to human activity that was very relevant. These will also help us to make timely decisions at a world level to the authorities, the naval authorities. Then now your approach also enriches our experience. And also your reminder to be kept on the same vessel for working together for effective solutions. Next, we are glad to present Ms. Claudia Patricia Urbano Latorre from Colombia, and she will be presenting. She's a researcher with 12 years of experience in the Ocean Investigation Center of the Caribbean. And she was also leading the SIPSEM project for the creation of climate advanced services. She was also a member of the Ocean Prediction Decennium and has worked as a teacher in the Navy School of Colombia.
Un momento, por favor.
One moment, please.
Mi teniente Paulina, tiene usted su audio abierto, mi teniente
You
Paulina.
have your microphone open, Lieutenant Paulina. Sorry for this interruption. And then to finalize the introduction, Ms. Claudia Patricia, can you hear us? Yes, I'm connected. Thank you very much. If you want to start projecting your presentation, I'm sorry for the interruption. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, we're looking at the presentation and we hear you clear and strong. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk briefly about what the National Maritime Direction does, especially in the area of interest for us in Providencia in Colombia. So these are strategies for mitigation of climate change. So for this, I would like to start speaking on how currently our meteorological numbers are more extreme, and there's been a series of catastrophes that in the last years that have impacted poor countries. These are data from the UN on the risk of disasters. So it has been important to implement the strategies for mitigation to face the challenges of climate change and the floods, which represent 90% of the events on the list of the 10 first disasters by number of deaths. So among the adaptation strategies, we have the strengthening of infrastructure, development of contingency plans, and the training of the personnel in charge of the coastal security. So as far as mitigation, we have adopted some measures to reduce the greenhouse gases, also the increase of renewable energies in operation in maritime operations, and also monitoring and prediction of climate events. So for this last thing, the Maritime Direction, through the research team, they have implemented a platform that allows to monitor the status of the time of the weather and the effects on navigation and maritime activities so that we can perform safe operations. So this platform is named SIF, Integrated System for Maritime Activities. This is free. We can find it through the link that is shown there, or you can find it on Google with the name SIS. So then you will find atmospherical information for the Caribbean specifically for the Pacific of Colombia, regionally and locally. Also, we have the atmospheric conditions on the ocean that is made by an expert of the National Atmospherical section, and he provides information that is trustworthy. So then within the context of climate change, for us, it has been critical to focus on very sensitive areas such as extreme events, specifically for the area of Providencia and San Andres, where there was a modeling system to supervise the level of the ocean. Due to the high vulnerability of the islands for hurricanes and tropical storms, we had an event in 2020 because it reached the category 4 in the ocean, and it was the most intense in that season. So this type of events have been influenced due to climate change. There's been a change in the ocean conditions that make these events occur even strongly and with more intensity. So they reduce the action time for the authorities. So this is a big challenge that we have to face. Currently, the Economical Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL, which is one of the 5 commissions of the UN that is dedicated to contributing to the economical and social development of Latin America, in their programs of mitigation for climate change, there's the development of systems of early alerts for floods. So these systems are essential to reduce the risk of these, and it protects the communities and also allows to coordinate a quick response to these events. So, in accordance with this, for the implementation, due to storm surges, we need to establish the ranges of danger, of flood danger. So we're going to refer to an article of 2012, where there's a chart that we see right here, where we have the categorization of the risk of flooding, and this is based on the level of difficulty for daily activities due to the depth of the flood. So the calculation of the danger of flooding depends on many factors: the speed of the flow, the speed of the flood, the rate of the increase of the water level, the frequency, among others. However, the depth of the flood is always considered as the most important. So we can see here the result of the product of the modeling for an X period, like period 1. So due to based on the ranges that you saw on the prior chart, we can classify them with colors. So we use this. This is used by the risk management unit. So we have those 2 sources of information. Then you can also see here how we handle this. We have the same color chart. Here we can see the final result. So besides the modeling, we also have modeling of wave propagation that allows us to have information to deliver specific notifications, specifically related to extreme events. So these are issued through the National Maritime System. And besides the communications, due to hurricane events that are done together with the risk management unit and the Air Force. So who are the users of all of this information that is being generated? We have here the National Maritime Service. We also have the risk unit, risk management unit, the Navy, and the maritime community in general. So we have here, we have achieved a lot of impact in the social networks and in the news when we have these extreme events, which they indicate the trust that people have in our information. So this is basically what we can state. This is the result, that our products have this credibility and that we can also alert the community so that they have the trustworthy information to determine all the actions that are necessary. I hope this information was of value to you, and thank you for your attention. Ms. Claudia Urbano, thank you very much for your contribution in terms of adaptation and mitigation of climate change of this seminar. Your presentations, specifically the simulation models, were very informative. And without a doubt, they will be of great interest and useful for designing strategies of resilience. We know that your teachings will be fundamental to create actions for our institutions and our government. We will place an emphasis on early alerts for our maritime communities. Thank you very much for your dedication. Next.
So we have Mr. Loarca Cifuentes, Commander of the Navy of Guatemala. He is under this same position right now with 30 years of experience at sea. He is also the second commander of the Navy, second commander of the Pacific Naval Command, and third commander of the Marine Infantry Brigade. And he has a doctorate in public policy security, as well as in a master's in risk management, the marine environment, and logistics and defense security. You have the floor. Thank you very much and good morning. The Army of Guatemala salutes you, and the forces of air, sea, and land. At this moment, I'm going to share the screen with you. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Aquí está. No me parece. Permítame un momento que tengo problemas con...
Excuse me, because I have a problem with my presentation to share it.
Muy bien. Pregunto si la pueden ver.
Can you see it? Yes, we can see the presentation.
No quiere. Pregunta si ya la pueden ver bien para darle seguir.
La estamos viendo, mi almirante.
Yes, we can see it. But you don't have the sharing presentation. We can only see one blue slide. Now, yes, you have the floor. Thank you very much and good morning. I'm going to talk today with regards to the adaptation and mitigation strategies of maritime security in face of the climatic change issue. This is the agenda for today. Introduction and threats. And as has been said by my previous speakers, that we know that the climate change and also the greenhouse gases and the Niño, La Niña are phenomena that affect the world, and Central America is not an exception. Therefore, Guatemala, that is one of the Central American countries and is among the 10 most vulnerable to climate change, as you can see on the map that I placed here on the screen. You can see how the situation is with the tectonic plates. And as the previous speaker said, with the different phenomena of the impact like El Niño and La Niña, among others. So we have threats right now that are emerging. We can see that the force of the sea carries out, like migration, drug trafficking, cybersecurity, delinquency, the trafficking of merchandise, social conflict, trafficking in persons and others. And in risk management, we can see that we have natural and man-made disasters, sanitary disasters like dengue that we just have, and that come with climate change, and also humanitarian aid, or the phenomena that impact our region, and in this case, Guatemala. As you can see here, in Guatemala, we have hurricanes, earthquakes, tropical storms, tropical depressions, forest fires, that this year was a great impact because we had to have the need to ask for international assistance to put out the fires and volcano eruptions, as you were able to see on the graphic that I placed before, with the tectonic plates that have generated a chain of volcanoes throughout Guatemala, and we have 4 that are active right now. And also we have flooding and droughts. Through all these impacts or phenomena that hit Guatemala, constitutionally, Guatemala has the opportunity to have the national coordinator for the reduction of disasters, which is the entity in charge of giving response at the national and regional and department level, and also municipal level and local level as well, to the strategies of the risk management system in face of the different phenomena that can impact our country during the yearly seasons in Guatemala, and which create an institutional alert that activates the national response plan, which is comprised by all the Guatemalan citizens, which is the system for the national coordinator for disaster reduction. And here is where the Ministry of National Defense, comprised, as I said at the beginning, by the air, land, and sea forces that are in charge of starting with the assistance, because they're the first responders for all the Guatemalan population. And through the strategic directives of the National Defense Ministry, the Navy of National Defense carries out, together with its doctrine, all the humanitarian assistance operations in face of a risk, in coordination with the forces of air and land, and always linked with the National Division of Risk Analysis of the Ministry of National Defense and with the Humanitarian Rescue Unit. That is another entity that helps the population during these times of crisis. All this is carried out through our mission. And also, we have a vision. And part of this, well, all these operations for risk management is carried out by the different commands that I have under my command, with an approximately 3,000 men. And the general support in face of these strategies is the planning that we have to have through the plan for the development of the sea force that leads us to a process for the projection on acquisition of equipment and means to be able to respond to these disasters. And then we extract the interinstitutional or interagency plan, which is a medium and long range plan of everything that we're going to do or want, both in means and training, to continue responding to these crises. And we always have to have a yearly or annual analysis according to an annual acquisition plan or procurement plan, and also an operational plan every year that is going to tell us the future strategies with all the programming and all the projects. All this to arrive to the updating of our response to risk management, because based on this and through the Chief of Staff, we receive a general plan, and the Sea Force receives it, and I am responsible for sending it to all the commands under my jurisdiction, so in all their areas of operation, they can coordinate with the different entities and give a response to these incidents of risk management. This has helped to have a very good coordination at the national and international level. At the national level, with all the other state entities, also private ones, as well as non-governmental organizations, and at the international level with friendly countries. What we need are these plans to respond, but to respond, we need training, both international and local training. And this is constant in face of the different phenomena. Just recently, we had the support, the international support due to the forest fires. And now we're receiving a training on because of the rainy season. And we have the opportunity based on this to be able to procure the equipment to give response to the different events that we have faced, always through the procurement plan and also with the agreements with friendly countries. This leads to carry out strategies and tasks in case of emergencies, public calamity or crisis, with tactical operations and in response to the incidents, security, monitoring, organization, evacuation, transportation, and the monetary assistance. And this helps us to have a continuous dialogue with the population and to keep this communication between the population and our armed forces, carrying out periodical visits to all those sites and towns with doctors providing them with security and preserving the environment, among other situations. At the national level, we have coordination with the land and air forces, and the entities of the state to coordinate with us because we are the ones that have the means to navigate in our jurisdictional waters, rivers and lakes and our sea, and in the coastal zone as well. And we participate in different events, like the early alert for hurricanes. As you can see, there is a protocol for the rainy season, for the fire season, etc. At the regional level, we have an example as the participation through the Central American Armed Forces with the regional strategies to respond in the event of a disaster in the region. And finally, we have to remember that we comply with our missions with the means that we have to safeguard the life of the population of Guatemala. Thank you very much.
We thank you for your participation.
¿Aló?
Hello.
Sí, los escucho. Muchas gracias.
Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. And by this means, I wish to express our deepest gratitude for your presentation for the Guatemalan strategies for mitigation for climate change. Your presentation has been very valuable for everyone attending, and your presence in this forum is a clear example of the Navy of Guatemala and its efforts for security. And we appreciate your dedication and the information you shared. Next, we will move on to the question and answer section. We regret to inform you that due to time, we only have time for one question, and the first one that came up on our chat is directed to you, Almer and Edwin. Can you share with us what has been the biggest challenge when training the personnel to respond to disasters? This is from the participants from Mexico. Thank you. Yes, directly, it has been to adapt to the events that we have. As I said previously, the countries in Central America and Guatemala specifically, we have different phenomena. And now with climate change and the greenhouse effect, it has changed. So recently we had some fires in the area, and all of the means, air, earth, and land and ocean, we had like an amount of 360 fires in Guatemala, in the whole region. And we didn't have this before. So now we have events due to the rainy season. So the times change and we need to adapt to that. So then the other situation is with regards to training, the other countries have the same issues as we, then they can provide support to us. So we need to see when we have the chance to send our staff or if they can come to Guatemala so that they can train us. Since the question was made by Mexico, we have an agreement, a training agreement between the Navy of Mexico and the Ministry of Defense, specifically here with the Navy of Guatemala. Thank you. Thank you very much, and also to all the participants of this forum. Unfortunately, due to time, we need to move on to the break, 5-minute break. But you are invited, if your agenda allows it, to continue with the next part of the seminar. So thank you. We will be back shortly.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este importante evento no dia 18 de setembro, das 9 horas da manhã às 13 horas. Conecte-se via Zoom ou YouTube. Inscrições gratuitas aqui.
Únete a la segunda conferencia de protección del medio ambiente. La Junta Interamericana de Defensa y la Organización de los Estados Americanos te invitan a participar en este evento crucial el 18 de septiembre desde las 9 a 13 horas. Conéctate por Zoom o YouTube y sé parte del cambio. Inscripciones gratis aquí.
Join the second Environmental Protection Conference. The Inter-American Defense Board and the Organization of American States invite you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 a.m. to 1300. Connect to the Zoom platform or YouTube and be part of the change. Free registrations here.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este importante evento no dia 18 de setembro, das 9 horas da manhã às 13 horas. Conecte-se via Zoom ou YouTube. Inscrições gratuitas aqui.
Únete a la segunda conferencia de protección del medio ambiente. La Junta Interamericana de Defensa y la Organización de los Estados Americanos te invitan a participar en este evento crucial el 18 de septiembre desde las 9 a 13 horas. Conéctate por Zoom o YouTube y sé parte del cambio. Inscripciones gratis aquí.
Join the second Environmental Protection Conference. The Inter-American Defense Board and the Organization of American States invite you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 a.m. to 1300. Connect to the Zoom platform or YouTube and be part of the change. Free registrations here.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente.
Muy buenos días, estamos de vuelta con ustedes. Gracias por mantenerse
Good
sintonizados.
morning. Thank you for being with us. Next,
Al panel número 3.
we want to start with panel number 3,
Cooperación y asociaciones estratégicas.
Cooperation and Strategic
Nos acompañan
Associations.
de Trinidad y Tobago
We have from
el capitán
Trinidad and
corbeta
Tobago,
Daniel Castañé.
Captain Daniel
Del
Castañe,
Perú, el
and from
contraalmirante
Peru,
Luis del Carpio Azalgara.
Luis del Carpio
De Brasil,
Asalgara,
el
from
capitán de
Brazil,
mayor guerra
Captain
Ángelo Luis Barbosa
Angelo
Celeri.
Luis Barbosa Celeri, from
El doctor
Colombia,
Juan Leonardo Moreno
Dr.
Beltrán.
Juan Leonardo
La
Moreno,
experta independiente,
and
señora
independent
Elizabeth Lori.
expert, Ms. Lisbeth
Como
Lori,
representante de la Unión
and
Europea,
as a
el
representative
contraalmirante
from the
Ignacio
European Union,
Cuartero.
Ignacio Cuartero.
Como primero en el orden de participación,
In the order of
tendremos
participation,
al capitán de corbeta
we will
Daniel
have
Castañé,
Captain
a quien tengo
Daniel
el gusto de
Castañe,
presentarles.
which I
Capitán
will
Corbeta
present now.
se desempeña como
So
comandante
Captain
de operaciones y
Corbeta
comandante de
is
seguridad
a
portuaria
commander
de
of
la Guardia Costera
operations
de
and
Trinidad y
port
Tobago.
security of Trinidad and
Después de
Tobago.
completar su formación inicial y
After
oficial
completing
en
its
la
initial
Britannia Royal Naval
training
College
in the
en el Reino Unido,
Britannia Royal Naval
ha servido
College
como
of
oficial de la
the
Marina y
UK,
posteriormente como
he has
comandante
served
a
as an
bordo de
officer
diferentes
of the
clases de
Navy
buques
and then
patrulleros de la Guardia
on
Costera
board
de
of
Trinidad y
different
Tobago.
vessels
También ha sido el
of
oficial
the
a
Coast
cargo
Guard
del
of
Centro de
Trinidad and
Operaciones
Tobago.
Marítimas de la
He
Guardia
has
Costera,
also been in
que
charge
funciona
of the
como centro de
Operations
coordinación de
Center
búsqueda y
of the
rescate
Coastal
marítimo para el
Guard
Caribe Sur.
that works as a coordination
Asimismo,
center
posee una
for
maestría en
search
gestión de
and
operaciones
rescue for
marítimas
the
por la
South
Universidad
Caribbean. He
de
also
Trinidad y
has a
Tobago.
master's of
También es
Maritime
titular honorario
Operations Management of the
colegiado
University of
en el
Trinidad and
Instituto de
Tobago,
Ingeniería
and he's
Marina,
also
Ciencia y
a
Tecnología.
technologist, a marine
Mi capitán, si
technologist.
nos escucha usted fuerte y claro, le
If
corresponde
you
usted iniciar.
listen to us strong and clear, please, you have the floor.
Mi capitán Daniel Castañé.
Captain Daniel?
Correcto.
Good morning and thank you. Could you just confirm if my screen is being shared?
We listen well to you and we are looking at your presentation, my captain.
Okay, thank you. So before I begin, I just want to share a brief story. A little over a month ago, Hurricane Beryl would have hit the Caribbean and caused widespread destruction. Starting off as a tropical wave on June 25th, within days, she intensified to a high-end Category 4 hurricane, making landfall on July 1st, when, according to the Prime Minister of Grenada, the hurricane flattened the island of Carriacou in just half an hour. Scenes of violent storm surges, roofs being torn from buildings, trees snapped in half, and even flying livestock seemed like they were out of a movie. But unfortunately for the residents of the Eastern Caribbean islands, these scenes were not only real, but were also quite familiar. This event serves as a stark reminder of nature's power and of the urgent need for resilient cooperation in the face of increasingly severe climate impacts. For many governments in the Caribbean region, all of whom are already struggling to secure their borders in the face of common threats such as irregular migration, illegal fishing, and transnational organized crime, it is just that more important that we cooperate and form strategic alliances to combat climate change. So I'll just briefly cover the climate change risks and impacts in the Caribbean and outline the common maritime security challenges that we face before highlighting one case study of international cooperation and then outlining Trinidad and Tobago's role under this cooperation agreement. The United Nations considers the Caribbean to be ground zero in the global climate emergency. Classified as small island developing states, along with 26 other countries, the Caribbean nations face particular risks due to their exposed location, relative isolation, and small size. Some of these risks include more pronounced sea level rise, increased frequency of extreme weather events such as hurricanes and tropical storms, increased rainfall and flooding, dangerous high temperatures, coastal erosion and saltwater intrusion, and longer dry seasons and shorter wet seasons. Experts say that some Caribbean islands could eventually become uninhabitable due to climate change. And climate change can have significant knock-on effects on various ecosystems and communities such as agriculture, infrastructure, tourism, biodiversity, and migration. The maritime security challenges faced by Caribbean nations listed at the top center of the screen are quite familiar to many of you attending this workshop. The main threats that we face are quite prevalent across our region, and these are transnational organized crime, irregular migration in all of its forms, including human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and of course, IUU fishing. This web of overlapping and interrelated threats exists in an environment that is quite complex, with many environmental factors listed on the left of the slide, economic, social, and political factors that increase the difficulty faced by regional governments. Governments themselves are constrained by limitations that I have listed on the right of the slide, and these are physical limitations due to lack of resources, as well as technological and technical limitations. And in the midst of all of this complex security environment, and in the face of increasing climate change impacts, international cooperation and strategic partnerships are crucial for effective maritime security, especially in a region like ours. So I would like to just highlight now one case study of such cooperation. This is the UNODC Global Maritime Crime Program, which exemplifies this cooperation through its support for member states in the Caribbean. This program focuses on building tactical level capacity and regional standardization, equipping maritime forces with the necessary skills to respond effectively to maritime security events at sea. By fostering greater operational cooperation at national and regional levels, this program enhances judicial and operational responses to maritime crimes. Promoting legal cooperation, the program develops advanced prosecutorial capacities and facilitates networks among frontline investigators and prosecutors across the region. The aim here is to ensure a robust legal finish to maritime crimes and not simply a disruption of these crimes. Additionally, this program supports efforts to identify and analyze emerging maritime crime trends and threats, and enables member states to craft informed responses in response. Through these initiatives, the UNODC Global Maritime Crime Program showcases how international cooperation and strategic partnerships are vital in our region to manage maritime security in a changing climate, ensuring resilient and coordinated effects against maritime crime. Through the UNODC Maritime Crime Program, Trinidad plays quite a significant role in supporting regional collaboration for maritime security. This is not to say that collaboration does not occur outside of this program, as there are many other regional mechanisms for collaboration in this regard. And indeed, the relationships between countries in the region are quite strong. But this program functions as a common thread, linking the various countries and agencies together and connects them with international partners who contribute resources and expertise in support of regional maritime security initiatives. Through this program, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard has developed a regional center of excellence for the conduct of VBSS training, that is visit, board, search, and seizure training for maritime first responders. This training equips maritime law enforcement officers with the tactical competence to perform operations at sea, focusing on the interdiction, boarding, and searching of suspicious vessels. This training also incorporates evidence handling procedures developed jointly between the UNODC and local prosecutors to ensure that first responders take decisive action to ensure that evidence is captured and preserved according to the necessary standards and protocols. The Training Center of Excellence also provides a forum for regional prosecutors to meet and learn from each other through the exchange of information and experiences. And it allows prosecutors and first responders to interact and develop a better understanding of each other's role in combating maritime crime. To date, we have conducted 4 such courses and have trained officers from Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Barbados, Guyana, and Suriname, in addition to our own personnel. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard also supports the development of a working group of officers from the Regional Maritime Operations Center, and engages in capacity building efforts of this group. Our Maritime Operations Center also supports the development of maritime domain awareness through the employment of new tools and techniques, and we contribute this enhanced domain awareness to the wider region through information sharing between maritime operation centers. And finally, Trinidad and Tobago has a long history of coordinating disaster response efforts within the region. Most recently, our government's efforts to organize and deploy relief supplies to Grenada and Carriacou in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl is typical of our response to other such disasters. Worthy of note is the fact that even before the government organized an official response, there were many private citizens who donated, collected, and even transported relief supplies to the affected islands, in a very powerful display of solidarity, which, as I end my presentation, I would highlight as a sign of hope that even in the midst of a changing climate and the many risks we face, it is natural for humans to band together and support each other, especially when our survival depends on it. Thanks, and I stand by for any questions at the end of this segment.
Muchas gracias, mi capitán. I wish to express our deepest gratitude for your willingness to address current topics
Thank
in
you
the
very
field.
much, my captain. Thank you for addressing these concepts during this seminar.
So we're going to talk about the strategic alliances to combat climate change. And this is a very relevant.
Su enfoque sobre la perspectiva del Caribe como ground zero en cuanto al
As
impacto.
ground zero, as far as the change of climate change in the maritime environment. Your analysis of the Pacific Caribbean establishes an area of investigation of priority interest for the whole region. We thank you very much for your dedication and the valuable information that has been of great use for our strategies. And now I'm going to introduce Rear Admiral Luis del Carpio Alzargar from the War Navy of Peru. He entered the Navy in '88 and graduated as a frigate commander in 1993. He is qualified in submarines and has carried out some courses in submarines in Germany, and also has been the commander in the higher superior school and in the War College of the United States. He has a master's in engineering by the university, the Catholic University of Peru, and some other courses in the Salve Regina University. He has contributed with many roles, both on land and sea, and several positions, head positions in the submarine unit. He was promoted to Rear Admiral in 2021 and selected as commander of the cybersecurity of the Navy of Peru. Admiral, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I first want to thank the invitation of the IADB to participate in this event. Thank you for your presentation. And today, I send my regards from Lima. For me, it is an honor to participate in this very important event. And I'm going to present some concepts of maritime security in a scene of climate change. On the screen, you are able to see all the threats to maritime security. This slide has presented in a complete manner all the spectrum, even the intensity of what we can see as threats in the maritime environment. And practically here at the Pacific, we are in the central area of the threats, in which we can see that there are the pollution control to the interdiction of drugs, threats that the Navy has to face. And as you can see in the Pacific, this Pacific represents a great area of maritime trade. You can see the coastlines of South America, as well as the flow of the cargo and throughout the Pacific. And we can also appreciate the importance of the routes in the coastlines of South America, among which we have Lima at the port of Callao, and we also have the flow that is being developed in this part of the continent and that goes through the Panama Canal. So our task as a Navy is to maintain these maritime traffic lines, and this implies also some sanctions that the Navy has to pose to be able to achieve all this. And the communication lines have to be open all the time. But as was presented before in the first panels, right now, due to global warming, we are facing what is known as the El Niño phenomenon. And in the last years, we have seen that the impact is greater every year, and the duration of this phenomena has been longer every year. So the anticyclone causes, well, it has been very well presented. And they have shown the meaning of the warming that moves all the fish to different areas that are colder and has affected all the local fishing. And there are some effects like the absence of rain in the Panama Canal. And this concerns us because all the cargo flow crosses through the Panama Canal. And this is going to bring problems with it. One of the topics that the lieutenant from Panama talked about was the diversification of the maritime routes. And this is what is going to happen. We have to see the impact of global warming that is going to bring as a consequence a deviation of a certain maritime routes. And the countries will have to be prepared for this. Maritime traffic it also implies a series of threats like the trafficking in drugs. And as you can see, the majority of the flow of drugs is also done by sea in containers, in vessels. And you can see how they depart from the coastlines of Chile, Ecuador, and Colombia that are filled with drugs using the maritime vessel trafficking. So this is a great concern because we have to carry out some state operations to counteract this flow. And there's also human trafficking. And there's people that don't understand the impact of the drugs. The impact of the drugs damages a society as a whole. And the cost of the consumption of drugs is something that destroys families and the individuals themselves. So it is something very important to capture. And the captures that we do in the drugs, it really impacts our countries. If we change the maritime routes, we will have to have a change as well on the way that these are carried out. So as Canada presented very well, everything that they are doing to talk about the new maritime routes and what we have to understand. And I have this paper that Arctic Port Development of Julia Part from Germany and Brooks Kreiser, in which they present the topic of how maritime traffic would change due to the ice melting in the Arctic. And this is going to bring costs. And as Canada well said, in this vast area, maritime area, we will find new roles, like at the ports, and facilities, and even if the ice melted, it's going to be still an area with extreme climate. So we have all these challenges in front of us, but at the end, the result could be to open new routes to reduce the emissions and also time. And the key in the economy is to reduce time in which the cargo moves from one side to the other. In Peru, we're working right now, and we're going to start operating the port of Chancay. This is going to drastically reduce the time in which the goods and the merchandise is not only of the Pacific, but also of the Atlantic, coming from Brazil, can cross our territory in a lesser time. And this, as Dr. Lacayud talked about, is going to mean a reduction in the emissions in the atmosphere. So all this has to be taken into account. The movement of the fishing masses, because you can see here that in the South American coast, there is a population of fish that is sustainable and not sustainable. And this is an issue that impacts not only the impact and the extraction of the resources, but also to take care of them for the future generations. Here on this picture, this is a very interesting chart because it's density of transshipment between the fishing boats from some large vessels to some godmother vessels. And you can see that this happens in the Atlantic, and that are focal areas for the transshipment of fish. And this is something that has to be controlled. You can see there the country of Argentina. The ocean is very vast, but the movement of the masses due to the warming is going to bring new challenges for the extraction of these resources. So what do we have to do as the Navy to be able to mitigate? And I think that I have represented these in some axes and some regional areas like deployments, exchanges, symposiums, regional exercises like the one that we're carrying out right now. So this is an example of a regional exercise. 3 admirals joined in the United States, a Peruvian, a Colombian, and an Ecuadorian one, and each one presented its own problem. Colombia obviously was focused on drugs. Ecuador presented the problem of fishing through around the Galapagos, and Peru focused on the support to the population in cases of natural disasters. And from these talks came 3 multinational exercises came out that are now a reality. Oreo, Anti-Drug, Apex, and Solidarex that is on the screen. And look how interesting. You can see that the Navy forces of Ecuador, Colombia, and Peru, this year, the United States also participated actively, and more countries like Panama, Mexico. And in this way, we train ourselves to face the natural disasters that can occur in a joint manner, to develop all the procedures, which is the key to be able to face these challenges of natural disasters. We have international exercises that also seek to make more effective all the procedures like Panamax, the RIMPA, and everything is the Pacific. And in this way, it is possible to get to know each other and to interact and to be able to interoperate, which is so important in this environment of defense, in order to provide support not only in the case of conflicts, but also when there is a natural disaster. And we also have initiatives like the deployment of Navy units in foreign countries, and exchanges among the different officers, which is something of great value. And also the symposiums that can be carried out. Last year, we had the Western Pacific Naval Symposium Workshop, and this is the moment in which all the leaders of the different countries joined to talk, like in the Inter-American Symposium that we had before, and the one that we had in Newport, where we put on the table all the actions that are necessary to face these challenges of security, defense, and especially the climate change. And I think that it is very important to prepare the new generations in an environment of interaction that will effectively establish these professional links among the different navies for the future that awaits us. So that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Interamericana de Defensa. Le expresamos a usted la más profunda
We
gratitud.
express our deepest gratitude for your participation in our seminar with your presentation on maritime security in the environment of climate change. Together with the maritime impacts due to human activity, and with regards in the world scheme, this was very interesting, and we thank for the firm participation of this sister nation in the hemisphere efforts as far as defense, maritime defense. Then Captain Angelo Luis Barbosa Celeri from Brazil will be presenting. Captain Celeri is the officer responsible for future studies in the Division of Analysis and Development of Concepts of the General State of the Navy of Brazil. He graduated of the Navy School in Brazil in 1997 and had a very diverse career. He served as an engineer in several vessels, including the vessel Custodio de Melo and the Fragata Niterói, and was designated as first official from Guaíba and as chief engineer of the vessel Cruzeiro do Sul. He has participated in international missions as part of the UN, and he also possesses a PhD in management from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and has completed specialized courses. You now have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of sharing some teachings from the Navy of Brazil and from the Ministry of Defense of the importance of this international cooperation about Navy security with regards to climate change. I will continue to explain this little introduction about speaking about climate change matters, as has been explained in the prior presentations today. The use of the Navy to support in these matters, some case studies here in Brazil, specifically the Operation Taquari 2, which is recent, that has happened in the south of Brazil. And then in the end, I will speak about international cooperation, which is the main topic of this presentation. Then about climate change, we have a lot of conflicts, increase in conflicts, technological evolution, and this is due to a lack of resources that is related to climate situations. These issues have been presented and they intervene in different ways in our environment, specifically in the maritime security topic. In Brazil, this is not different. These climate issues are increasing every time in intensity and frequency, and sometimes they are related to situations such as phenomena like El Niño, and there's a need to use the Navy to help with these situations in the territory. In one of our publications, the strategical capacities of the Navy show how the Navy specifically might be used to support these actions. The Navy mainly has adaptability. It has different means and personnel who might adapt to help those communities. Also, they have cooperation and they work as a link with other institutions in order to fulfill their actions. And also they have mobility, permanence, and also they have a timely action. They have the capacity to act on time, which is a characteristic of the Army. They are ready to attend to the needs of the state anytime. So within the areas of use of the Navy, they support the defense of the state. Specifically, this support is based on the dispositions of the state. It could be social assistance, scientific research, and even the guarantee of the law and order in some states and regions. So these supports that we provide for the state, they are shown in this study case that I'm going to show now. So in several cases, our armed forces are used for the area of quemadas to mitigate fires in the area of the Central East area of Brazil recently, such as the Taquari 2 operation in Rio do Sul in Brazil. Well, almost 60% of that territory was affected. So more than 4,000 square meters were affected and more than 6,000 people had to be evacuated. So this assistance occurred by the Navy of Brazil by using different means, aerial, also naval, Navy means, campaign hospitals, and more than 4,000 military officers were used in this operation. As I said previously, it affected the south of Brazil, and we needed extreme support for humanitarian assistance in response to this disaster in the south region of Brazil. Then finally, with regards to international cooperation, I bring these two examples on how we can do cooperation and still maintain the sovereignty of the state. So this one shows the use of the Navy in different disasters around the world. And then in the other publication by the United Kingdom, it shows how this military contribution might be used to support disasters. So in this operation, Taquari 2, this operation has not been different. Different countries, allies have helped us by sending different means, be it by air or also personnel. I would like to show these two examples of international cooperation that were applied during the operation.
E como cooperação internacional, como citado
And
pelo
as international cooperation, as was mentioned by the Peruvian officer, there's many forums that tried to establish this possibility of cooperation. There's treaties in the Atlantic Ocean, in peace areas of the South Atlantic that promote this cooperation with neighboring countries of the South Atlantic. And then finally, I bring you this initiative that was made in the Conference of Defense Ministers in Brasilia. We had this cooperation exercise, a simulation exercise for providing assistance for disasters. It was made in 2024 also, and this initiative exists, and it might be used even more to increase the international cooperation for humanitarian aid and support for natural disasters. I would like to thank you for your attention, and also to remind you that these forums are contributing even more for international cooperation through different means between the navies or between the armies or investigation organs. So thank you very much.
We express our profound gratitude for your presentation on the importance of international cooperation to attack climate change during this seminar. Your presentation was very relevant, and we highlight your explanation about the Brazilian doctrine in the case of disasters to aid the population. We have shared this with all the audience, and it's going to be of great value for the future leaders in the maritime area. We hope to continue counting with you in different participations in the future. To continue, I'm going to introduce the professional in defense, Juan Leonardo Moreno Rincon, that comes from Colombia. He is an environmental and sanitary engineer with a magister in meteorology sciences and also a doctorate in sciences of the sea. He works in the General Maritime Directorate since 2004 and has been responsible for the marine environment, the coordinator of the scientific investigation, and is also in charge of the oceanographic and meteorological information of the sea. He has been responsible for managing the different projects and also for the monitoring of the different vessels. And right now, he is the coordinator of the committee of the National Committee for the Study of El Niño, coordinated by the Ocean Colombian Commission. And he is also a teacher in hydrology and meteorology. Dear Leonardo Moreno, you have the floor. Professor Leonardo. Please confirm if you can see the chart. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to present the importance about international cooperation and the strategic alliances in maritime security in an environment of climate change. I would like to talk about the meteorological marine service, which is one of the activities that all the states have, all the states that have sea. And because we are at sea, we have to guarantee the access to information. This is contemplated in the agreement of the International Maritime Service and Rule 5, and in coordination with the Meteorological World Organization, we have created two documents that are the directives to develop the maritime meteorological service. Excuse me, are you sharing something on the screen? Do you have a presentation? Oh, excuse me. Do you have it now? Yes, now we are seeing it. Okay, perfect. Excuse me. I was talking about the SOLAS, yes. Well, finally, this is the first transparency, the first slide that I explained about the coordination between the two international organizations, the International Maritime Organization and the Meteorological World Organization, where the meteorological services have all the tools to be able to develop themselves inside each country. In the national context that we have developed an internal standard, Resolution 04/2020 of the National Sea Meteorological Service, where we want to develop everything that is in the guidelines of the OAM. 40, 45, and 1564 that talks about the Sea Meteorological Service and also in the Caribbean, the Pacific Ocean, and high seas, and also for rescue and search and rescue, and in the Pacific of Colombia, and also the coordination of the whole area and to support all the emergency plans and to develop all the technical and technological capabilities of the personnel and also international and national cooperation. These are the most important aspects without disregarding some that are left outside that we want to develop in the guideline that I mentioned and that we have used through an internal resolution. To be able to achieve this at the national level and monitor all the oceanographic and marine services, we have been developing the oceanographic and marine oceanographic and meteorology to know how the sea is behaving and the marine atmosphere, to know how we can forecast each one of the events that we have or that emerge, like due to climate change. So this is why we have a climatic station, and we have buoys, and we have throughout the coastline of Colombia, all these, and also in the islands that are part of the Colombian jurisdiction. As you can see here, we have different variables that we have sought to monitor these years, which are the basis for the maritime climates that are developed inside the institution to service the community. We have, in compliance with what is indicated by the SOLAS and the guidelines of the OAM, we have special communiques. In this case, we have one special one that is the for the tropical countries that for 12 years now we have had in force, and we have had this near the Colombian coastlines because these hurricanes were not so close to our coastlines. But recently, in 2019, we had Hurricane Iota that was a Category 5 that affected one of our islands, that was the island of Providencia. And from there, we learned the lesson to have a synchrony in the work that we have with the other institutions at the national level, taking into account all the information that is generated when something like this happens. And this is one of the tasks that the National Marine Meteorological Service does. And we are also responsible for generating information for these events. On the other hand, we also have a very important part for the navigation, which is the protection of the sea. And as we have seen today, the activities of the vessels and ships need to have control measures to contain contamination from these activities. And obviously, it is our responsibility as the Maritime Authority to surveil all these activities in coordination with the three entities at the national level. For this, there is a decree 2324, and here you can see the different decrees that allow us to have a responsibility over the activities that the transporters and maritime agents carry out. This graphic tells us how pollution of the ships has different instruments and different momentums of action. So the vessel, despite being a ship that, as we all know, has its specific purpose, which is the transportation in general for recreation or for passengers or also for cargo, they can create contamination. Among these, we have the atmospheric emissions, the biological services that happened with the grey waters of the ship and the food that is thrown, and hydrocarbons in the gray waters and the cleaning tanks and the slush waters in the Centine water. And we can see each one of the different activities, and each one of these activities has an effect, an environmental effect that at the same time is standardized or regulated by the international agreements, because here you can see that we have different instruments, among which the most prevalent is the MARPOL with its 6 annexes. Each one of these events are the responsibility of the Maritime Authority to develop all these, to be able to control and surveil them, and to avoid contamination of the base, both at the national and international level. As you can see, there are several agreements, as I mentioned, for the prevention of pollution from ships, the MARPOL that I mentioned, the preparation of response and cooperation, the Dirty Water Agreement that the Congress of the Republic approved just recently to implement this article, but it didn't start with the Congress, but we have been working for 15 years at the institutional level to involve all the institutions of the nation, keeping into account all the international standards for the control of these types of water. We have the anti-crusting and the prevention of pollution and the recycling of vessels and the remotion of the sunk boats. I want to thank you because just with these examples, you can see that the international cooperation is fundamental so that we can avoid the effects of climate change and also the prevention of contamination. Since if we don't do these activities, well, finally, we will have some later problems, as was mentioned before, that are going to affect us all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Moreno. We express our profound gratitude for your great presentation in matter of the meteorological marine services and effects. Your presentation to give response to climate change was very strategic and very valuable. The perspective presented from sister nation indicates that these academic efforts are so important for the security and defense of our hemisphere. We appreciate your focus on the compliance of the maritime law to mitigate the effects of climate change in maritime security. To continue, I am pleased to present Lisbeth Laurie, an expert in port and sea safety. And she has 20 years of experience in the Secretary General of the OAS, and she has also had some management positions. She is in charge of making sure that the maritime security is carried out and simulations for the member states of the OAS. She has had very important initiatives like the development of national maritime security strategies and also the regional strategy. She's also a public accountant with forensic accounting and financial analysis, and she also has several postgraduate studies in maritime security, the command and incident, and the trafficking of drugs through the sea, and the development of national security strategies. Dear Mrs. Laurie, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. For me, it's an honor to share my experience. I only want to clarify in this opportunity that I am here as an independent expert.
A ver, voy a compartir la pantalla.
I just want to share the screen. We hear you clearly. We cannot see your screen yet. Now we do. Perfect. Then thank you very much for everybody who is here. And today, I would like to share the importance of cooperation and strategic alliances and the maritime protection facing climate change. We have spoken today of the maritime sector. We have talked about the responsibility of the participation that this transportation has, the 90%, also the access to natural resources. It enriches tourism, and it is one of the main drivers of the economy as far as job creations, improvement of quality of life, and innovation. This also has some challenges, and I like to see challenges from 3 different perspectives. When we talk about challenges, we have regular challenges, contamination of cargo, the illegal traffic of people, of narcotics, of piracy, illegal immigration. But I also want to look at it from the perspective of the sector as a very important link of the supply chain, because there's other types of challenges that the sector has. So for example, we have the demand of merchandise, which is bigger than the capacity of the ports. And this has made that the ports to change their procedures and to invest in order to transform and be more effective and competitive. So when we are looking about smart ports, new technologies also, when we look at this from the viewpoint as a supply chain, we can also talk about the conflicts of that this whole has an impact of the final merchandise. Then the other perspective that I like to present is the critical infrastructure perspective. So the port interrelationships are very important for organized crime. They have a high level of movement of merchandise and very large warehouses, large financial capacity, different systems. They have very different systems on the ports, because so every attack to a critical structure might destabilize the economy of a country, even the region. So what I want to say, the idea is not to come here with bad news, but just to create awareness and to act timely, as one of the colleagues mentioned earlier. And my question is, are we prepared? Because what I see is that in the last years, we have been focusing on maritime protection in a physical approach, protection plans, access, crisis exercises, other exercises, which is excellent. But we also have to start looking at the virtual part. So it's important to see and face these challenges holistically, physically and virtually. So referring to a report these days, it indicates that in 2022 to 2023, the increase of the cyber attacks are targeted to maritime companies, processors of natural gas, petroleum companies, logistic companies. So we have to create awareness. there's a technique that is being used by iPhone, which are the responsible of this technique. So the virus accesses through the system. It stays there for 6 months, but during this time, 6 months, 8 months, it starts to save all of the information and to understand all of the processes. And the final goal is to get to the part of the operational part of the system, on the technological part, all the operational part. So that is the goal. So when doing this technique, while remaining for such a long time in the system, when they decide to attack, the impact is incredible. It is very effective. So this is very concerning. I think that we have these three challenges, these three perspectives, and now we have climate change also. I'm not going to focus too much on climate change because we already spoke about the impact of climate change in maritime protection, but I would like to highlight at least the case of climate change as an effect of the maritime ecosystem. As DiCarpio mentioned. So this has an impact, but since we cannot control the illegal fishing, this is going to make the effect even more deep. So it's a threat that we have to we need to take action to mitigate it. Also, the new regulation for decarbonation for 2030, 2050, it is being projected the use of hydrogen, green hydrogen as a fuel, as Captain Romero mentioned. So my question is, are we ready to handle green hydrogen, to store it? Do we have regulations? Do we have policies? Do we have procedures? So we need to start looking at things proactively to see how we can, in a certain way, start to work as a team, to start working on these regulations and these policies. I think it is important to start creating these alliances between, as a team, between the government, the private sector, the academia, international organisms, to take action and we can start doing the mapping of the situation of the maritime national situation and regional situation. We can make inventories, analysis of the processes, of the regulations, and this will allow us to identify if there are some gaps in these treaties and these regulations, or if there's duplications. So we have to do a mapping, a very comprehensive mapping of the maritime sector nationally, then to identify the tools. What tools do we have? What tools are being implemented? If risk analysis are being done, what methodologies are being used? Do we have national strategies for protection, maritime protection? Also, another thing would be the implementation. Once we identify and we have the regulations, then are they really being implemented? Are these international treatises being implemented? So we need to follow up and work on this dynamic. And another thing which is very important is the message, is the cooperation and collaboration, national and regionally. The challenges cannot be faced alone. They cannot be mitigated alone. Just one institution cannot do it by itself. This needs to be teamwork. This needs to be coordinated. The sharing of information. As I mentioned earlier, we have to unify the government, the private sector, academia, international organizations, so that we can start creating an ecosystem. that promotes the exchange of information. So my message, to be aware of time, is the message, or my final message is that the maritime sector is interconnected, and we need to work as a team to create an ecosystem that promotes the sustainable maritime protection and the cooperation between the different sectors. Did I complete my 10 minutes? I'm available for questions later. Thank you. Dear Ms. Lisbeth Lauri, I want to express our deepest gratitude for your presentation about the importance of the strategic alliances to mitigate the effects of climate change in maritime security. Your intervention was very clarifying and relevant, and we want to address your awareness efforts for the threats of maritime sector. The information that you shared was of great value to strengthen our strategies in this sector. We also want to thank your efforts in favor of the hemisphere safety and the environment, and we hope to have your participation also later. Now I will like to present Ignacio Cuartero.
Rear Admiral Ignacio Cortero was promoted as a Navy lieutenant in 1991 and specialized in electronic war and tactic action, serving in different vessels, combat vessels. And he also led the Navy Academy of Spain in 2018-2021. He graduated from the NATO and the Navy College of the United States. He also graduated from Harvard and the University of Navarra. He is the director right now of the Division on Concepts and Capacities of the European Union Chief of Staff, where he has worked to work on security and defense. And Admiral, you have the floor.
Bon dia, good morning. Buenos días a todos los participantes.
Good morning to all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank the kind words of presentation of the moderator and to the IADB for the invitation of the European Union Chief of Staff to participate in this seminar, as well as to all the speakers of the three extraordinary panels in which I have learned many things. I'm going to give a brief presentation, trying not to repeat everything that has already been said before, and that is applicable to the maritime security strategy of the European Union. As was mentioned, the oceans and the seas are critical arteries for the global economy, and the infrastructure is essential for the trafficking of energy and the transporting of data. And they also provide the support to millions of human lives. I can ensure a safe sea is vital for the economy of the European Union, and also it is vital to bring full development of the blue economy. This is why we have to try for all the oceans to be safe among all of us. The European Union has the interest and the ambition of converting itself into an important stakeholder of maritime safety at the global level. Right now, the European Union leads three sea security or maritime security programs that I'm going to describe briefly. And if you don't know about them, we can expand on them during the questions. Right now, the European Union develops the Operation INI in the Mediterranean to fight against the trafficking of illegal weapons using air, spatial, and maritime means, and inspecting the suspect vessels that transport material, and to work according to the resolution of the United Nations and monitoring all the illegal exports of oil and other oil products from the different Libyan ports. Secondary, we also fight against the illegal trafficking of persons. In the Indian Ocean, in the northwest area, the European Union develops two operations. Operation Atalanta, the fight against piracy, and its fundamental task is to protect the ships of the food program, World Food Program, and also prevent robberies, armed robberies in those waters. And also monitors the activities, the fishing activities to fight against the illegal fishing that is not regulated, and the combat of drug trafficking and weapons trafficking and illegal carbon to Somalia. And the last of the operations that was launched recently is SPDES operation in response to the attacks, the Houthis attacks against the trafficking in the Strait of Madeb. This is a defensive one that has to do with the protection of navigation and in general to safeguard the freedom of the use of the seas by all those that want to do it in a legal way and legitimate way. It protects vessels against the attack, imminent attacks, and accompanies those vessels that so request it and reinforces the situational awareness of the countries of the area. The strategic scenario, the global strategic scenario, is experimenting a drastic change and demands of all of us and a renewed action and a reinforced action. And besides these activities that I mentioned, like the piracy and armed robberies and the trafficking of migrants, of human beings and weapons and drugs, there is a series of new threats and risks with which we have to also work, among which we can mention the increased geopolitical fight at sea, the climate change, the degradation of the maritime environment, and the contamination of waters, and the exhaustion of the stocks, the fishery stocks, and the loss of biodiversity, and also the cyber attacks to the transportation, transportation means like submarine cables and things like that. The European Union considers that to face these new threats, the cooperation with what is known in the European Union as aligned partners is one of the strategic objectives that we have. And this is what is included in the new maritime security plan to safeguard all the interests of the sea and the citizens and their economy. This is why the Union has established partnerships, and alliances at the multilateral and regional level with different organizations of all levels, from the International Maritime and the NATO, the African Organization, etc. And also with some countries, individual countries, especially in the Guinea Gulf and in the region of the Pacific Indian Sea. In the Indian Sea, this bilateral cooperation is carried out through forums of dialogues, exercises with Australia, Japan, India, Indonesia, and South Korea, Oman, and Singapore. In the Indian Northwestern Sea, we support the architecture of the different information centers, especially in Madagascar and Seychelles. And we also support the code of conduct of Djibouti for the repression of piracy and the armed robbery at sea. In the Gulf of Guinea, the European Union supports the regional organizations of the coast to implement their own security and safety measures, and strengthening the links with them in aspects with law enforcement and the establishment of a justice system that will allow to pursue all these illegal actions. Also reinforcing the port security and, as I mentioned, in the Indian Sea to establish or helping to establish a series of networks of information and data exchanges. At the same time, we cooperate in the Atlantic Ocean at a higher level to fight against other types of illegal activities, fundamentally against the trafficking of drug trafficking. But we are aware that it is necessary to reinforce all these measures. All the actions and the new actions are led to promote the ratification and the signing and ratification of the different elements of international agreements and international tools that promote maritime safety, as the Convention of the United Nations, SOLAS, and so many others. And also, we are aware that it is necessary to reinforce our cooperation with OTAN in aspects related to maritime safety and on all the activities that we develop. But it is also necessary to reinforce the exercises with friendly countries and allies, and to increase the visits to the different ports, especially the European Union is focused on the area of the Pacific Indian Sea at this moment. And I think it is necessary to deploy a network of liaison officers to contribute to support this extension or the creation of a network of information exchange centers on maritime security, and in general to promote the cooperation at the international level in the exchange of information on maritime security and in critical infrastructure, including submarine cables, and improving the security of the ports and the port infrastructure. Climate change, of course, is one of the threats that we consider with a greater intensity in this new strategy of maritime security, and as well as the fight against the degradation of the environment, which is one of the political priorities of the European Union to date. As has been mentioned, the melting of the ice in the Arctic can suppose a great number of risks and threats to security, with social consequences, environmental consequences, and economic consequences. The opening of new communication means and the access to natural resources and the geopolitical tensions, all these will have a repercussion in the security and the stability of the world. As a conclusion, to finish, the challenges, but also the opportunities that are presented at the sea are very significant as well. And when we navigate to the different complexities of climate change and the environmental degradation, the geopolitical changes and the emerging threats, it is more necessary than ever to have the cooperation among those countries and organizations that share values and ways of thinking in the areas of security, especially at the ocean level. To ensure sustainable oceans does not require or will not only have repercussion in our economies and in our ways of life of the different countries, but also in the safety and stability of the global environment. So the European Union is committed and tries to lead these efforts, promoting the collaboration and promoting the resilience against the new threats at the sea. So this is everything that I wanted to comment with you from the point of view of the Chief of Staff of the European Union, and I'm open to any question that you might have. Thank you very much. Dear Rear Admiral Ignacio Portero, we express our deepest gratitude for your great presentation on the model of maritime security of the European Union, especially the maritime domain awareness and the sustainable seas has been very informative and relevant. The examples of joint policies that you presented are of great value to be considered in the American hemisphere. We appreciate your dedication and the valuable information you shared that will enrich our strategies and actions in this area. Due to agenda constraints, we're not going to be able to have any of the questions and answers. So now we go to the closing ceremony, committing ourselves to send all your questions to the speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in this closing ceremony of our seminar, and it is an honor for me to present the distinguished authorities that presided this event. First of all, we have the presence of the President of the Council of Delegates of the IADB, General Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes, accompanied by the Vice President of the Council of Delegates of the IADB, General Carlos Bazán Barros, and we are honored with the presence of the head of the Division of Hemispheric Cooperation of the IADB, Captain and Marine Yason Capuche Jr. And we thank these distinguished personalities for their leadership and for their commitment to the security and defense of the hemisphere. General Marco Antonio Reyes, Brigadier General, President of the Council of Delegates of the IADB. He is a renowned military of San Jose Potosí and graduated as in 1983. He has served in the Mexican Army for more than 44 years. Throughout his career, he has had key positions as commander in the cavalry units and also strategic areas and educational areas within the armed forces of Mexico and abroad. He was an defense attaché in the Embassy of Mexico in the United States and delegate of the Mexican Army before the IADB from 2004 to 2006. Academically, he has carried out different studies in security and defense, and in the most important local universities and abroad. We invite General Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes to give his remarks. Thank you very much and good afternoon. It is an honor for us to have shared with you this third workshop on maritime security. From the Casa del Soldado, we salute you. Dear panel members, honorable auditorium, and audience that accompanied us also virtually, on behalf of the IADB and of the men and women that are part of it, of the Brigadeiro Oliveira from the Air Force of Brazil, General Director of this Secretariat, and Major General Haycom from Director of the Inter-American Defense College, and Carlos Bazán, General, the President of the Council of Delegates and member of the Army of Paraguay, as well as all the organizers of this workshop on maritime security. I thank you from my heart for your contribution. I'm sure that we have enriched the understanding of the challenges that climate change and different actors state on a daily basis to our coastal communities and our coastlines, and especially to our seas and oceans. The ideas and strategies explored in this workshop provide us with a clear map to strengthen our maritime security in a future that is more demanding every day. I'm going to highlight some of the comments of our panel members that, the same as I, make us reflect and to try to find expectations to have to attend in a timely manner all these. The importance of the public infrastructure, Navy infrastructure in the island countries, and the addition of capacities to take care of our climate, and strengthen the strategies of Arctic policies and renewable energies. Increase the capabilities for response in face of the intensity of the challenges. Nobody can do this alone. The importance of the different processes for prevention and equipment, and to innovate, to propose in face of the new roles that the Navy is obliged to adopt in face of the different threats, and especially of all the population that circulates our coastlines and our beaches and our oceans on a daily basis. We trust that in this event, we have strengthened our capacities, both professional and personal, and that the knowledge that were shared today and that are acquired be translated into concrete actions in each one of your institutions and your countries. The IADB is pleased to promote the materialization of these initiatives that are going to promote a regional cooperation and the complementation of the different capabilities in face of this climate change and diverse illegal actions that we face on a daily basis, with the purpose of protecting our coastal communities and the human beings that work on a daily basis and live with our oceans. This third workshop on maritime security was successful thanks to you that collaborated to define all these bases of future initiatives for the cooperation in the region and in the continent. We wish to continue counting with your collaboration and interventions. In this sense, it is timely to highlight that the conclusions of the workshop will be of great value for the next conference of the Inter-American Naval Conference in Rio de Janeiro from the 23rd to the 27th of September. This regional event will also be an opportunity to go more in depth and to talk more about these issues, to have better seas and better winds, to give us greater security and stability in our seas. These initiatives today are a testimony of the power of international cooperation in the search of global solutions. And finally, I invite you to participate very actively and to share your knowledge and experience, and to set forth all the ideas that have been discussed, implementing practical measures. Maritime security is a global challenge that requires a collaboration and integration of all the nations. Women and men that have a sea gear and that have the Navy uniform of our different armed navies are the flag of protection of the first line of defense of our oceans. Together, we will be able to strengthen those links between the organizations among the different countries that will allow to guarantee maritime safety and protect our coastal areas, and to continue taking care of our seas, because only united can we create a more sustainable and safe environment. Let's continue working on this. Let's continue keeping the principles and the objectives of each one of our organizations and of our institutions. We, especially from the Organization of the American States and this Inter-American Defense Board, we will establish the trust and hemispheric safety. Thank you very much to all of you. Have an excellent day, and thank you for supporting us. Goodbye.
Agradecemos que todos ustedes nos hayan acompañado.
We thank you for accompanying us in this seminar. Before we close the activities, it is important for us to invite you to our next events. In September, we are going to have the second conference on the protection of the environment, and also the podcast on technologies and the workshop on weapons management. In October, we're going to have the seminar on disaster cooperation and the cybernetic conference, and in November, the first workshop on airspace security and migration seminar. In December, the seminar on human rights and international humanitarian law.
A continuación, presentaremos con ustedes
Da segunda conferência de proteção do meio
para la conferencia de protección de medio ambiente.
For the conference on the protection of the environment.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente. A Junta Interamericana de Defesa e a Organização dos Estados Americanos convidam você para este importante evento no dia 18 de setembro, das 9 horas da manhã às 13 horas. Conecte-se via Zoom ou YouTube. Inscrições gratuitas aqui.
Únete a la segunda conferencia de protección del medio ambiente.
Join the second conference on the environment that the IADB and the Organization of American States invites you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. You can connect through Zoom or YouTube. Inscription.
The Inter-American Defense Board and the Organization of American States invite you to participate in this crucial event on September 18 from 9 a.m. to 1300. Connect to the Zoom platform or YouTube and be part of the change. Free registrations here.
Participe da segunda Conferência de Proteção do Meio Ambiente.
Les hemos compartido el enlace en el
We
cual se
have
pueden
shared the link to accompany us on September 18 for this very important seminar. As a final activity, we invite you to be part of our social networks. You can register yourselves at the QR. Thanking you once again for your time. Good, better wins for you all.
Muchas gracias. Viento en popa a todos. Saludos desde Guatemala.
Gracias. Saludos desde Lima. Hasta luego.
a sus órdenes, mis almirantes.